Hello everyone and welcome to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined by the legendary Grandmaster Artur Jussupov, famous player, coach, author. Artur, I don't think there's anything you haven't done. How are you doing today?
I'm very excited because we're starting Grandmaster tournament today, and we have such an exciting field, and we will concentrate only on 3 games today, but I hope it would be worth it, because very interesting field, a very interesting mixture between experienced players and very bright young talents.
Absolutely. We will have plenty of time, of course, throughout the day to talk about the players. You can see them as well on your screens. There they are in the background, the 6 players. The reason the 2 tables are free in the front, and the reason you mentioned today only 3 games, but from tomorrow onwards we will be looking at 5, is because tomorrow the no castling event starts with Vichy Anand, with Vladimir Kramnik, with Mickey Adams and with Daniel Friedman. But for today, before we jump into the games, let's have a quick look at the pairings to see who is facing off today. So the first game, one of the most experienced players in the field, Pavel Elianov from Ukraine, playing against Cosmoswana from Germany. What are your expectations from that game?
Well, Pavel is a favorite. He won the previous tournament in Dortmund last year in a very interesting way. Actually, he was dominating the event. But Rasmus is ready, I would say. Yeah? So it would be a very interesting game. Of course, with white pieces, Pavel is especially strong, and he will try to profit from this situation. Yeah,
I think for sure, especially as it is a slightly shorter tournament, I think every game with the white pieces is even more important. Also, the white pieces today is Bogdan Daniel Deac from Romania. He is our top seed, and he's actually playing the 2nd seed, David Navarra from the Czech Republic. So a big clash between, once again, a very young player, I believe the youngest in the field, only 21 years old. David Navarra, he's been around a long time. Both of them fantastically strong players.
And David is extremely creative and very, very interesting player. So here we can be sure it will be a big fight. And also the 3rd pair is extremely interesting, especially for German audience, because we see Matthias Blueberm with black pieces against Mcshane, another creative force of the event. And yes, I think this one would be also very exciting, and Luke with white pieces. Maybe he will not put as much pressure as Pavel, but he's creative in the middle game, and then the fight will be very, very interesting. And Matthias, he had excellent results in this year, so he's really on the rise.
He's the reigning European champion.
Exactly, and that is something what gives him a chance also maybe to show himself here in Dortmund in new strength maybe, and he's one of the leading players in Germany at the moment, and there is some competition for number 1, I guess.
And in fact we have, well, number 1 isn't here, that's Vincent Keimer at the moment, but we have the numbers 2, 3 and 4. The number 4, he's not on the pairings because he has a rest day today, so there's actually 7 players in the field, with 1 player getting a day off every day. And that's good news for us and for also the viewers, because those players will be joining us here in the studio. Today that will be Dimitri Kollars, a player I have to admit I'm not too familiar with, so I'm very much looking forward to Dimitri joining us in about an hour to help us look at the games. And also I wanted to say that we are broadcasting this, so if you're watching us, you're probably watching us on the YouTube channel. Feel free to ask us any questions you might have. And Arthur, there's actually already the first question from Harald. He is asking, who are your favorites?
That's a very good question, yeah, very good question. I would probably say Pavel Elianov is my favorite, yes, but it could be actually anybody from the tournament, because it's very rarely you see such a interesting field and no clear favorites at all. Yeah.
Yes, they are all very close, also in terms of rating, in terms of strength, experience. I will go with David Navarra to answer that question, and I think we have the moves now. The games have started, so we can bring up the boards, and I think we will start with the game between Pavel Elianov and Cosmoswana.
Yes, this Italian game. I think
we just have to wait to bring up the boards on the screen until we can start. So we'll just wait for a second until the boards are up. So we'll bring up the boards now, and then we'll start looking at Pavel Elianov against Cosmoswana. As you said, an Italian game. Maybe we can go back to the very beginning and see how we got here. Also, since it's day one, I would just mention the board at the top of your screen is the live board, so that will show you the live position at all times, and the bottom board will be our analysis board where we can have some fun.
And we have Italian game. That's something what I actually don't like to see, because many positions they look similar to. Okay, we have now a little bit modern move h7, h6. Explanation is very simple. Before castling, and we can show it, if black castles, then one of the possibilities for white is to pin the knight. This is possible variation, and that's what black is trying to avoid with the move.
Because it's a pin that is often very annoying. It's not so easy to break the pin.
And this opening, that's why the reason why I don't like it, because you see thousands of games on different levels of competitions. So it is not extremely creative opening, but the move h7, h6 is actually interesting, because it may also mean that Rasmus is ready to counterattack. Let's say white makes castle here.
With some g5 ideas.
And then there is some g5 idea available. Yeah, that's what make the position special. Yeah, of course, black has a choice between very safe short castle, for example, but maybe he has plans and wants to castle long. He can also start with more neutral move d6, and later to think about the possibility g5. I saw the games like this already.
It's an interesting situation, of course, because it is the first round. Rasmus is playing black, so it all depends on him, really. What are his ambitions? Does he want to really maybe try and go for something more double-edged, or is he happy to play a solid game? So I think that's a bit his decision, right? And we will see in the coming moves.
Yes, we will see it. Now probably Pavel is also wants to make a choice. What to do? I think he castled shortly. Yes, so he is ready for a sharp battle.
He is ready. So yeah, we have d6 and castles have been played. Maybe we can move on for now. So we have this Italian game on the board where maybe Rasmus will take a little bit of time to decide which way he wants to go, and maybe we can check in with the top two seeds, Deak and Navarra.
Yes, here let me start it also from the beginning on a low board, and we see that so very popular Grunfeld defense is played. Invention of Austrian Grandmaster Grunfeld, and it was a kind of revolutionary opening when it first started, because black is sacrificing the center. Something like could be captured with the move e4, for example, one of the main lines as well. And such a strong center used to scare the players with black, but in the modern times, the Grunfeld defense is considered to be very sound, and there are different ways to fight against this mighty center. It includes some attacks on it with c5, for example, but also there is some other possibilities to put the pressure on the center first, maybe with developing the bishop on g7. It's not happened in the game because Diak chose a more modern way to play this position. He played bishop d2. The idea of the move is also relatively easy to understand. White wants to play e4 later, and if black takes on c3, to take with the bishop.
And then fight along this diagonal.
Yes, and then the center is very good protected, and that's a nice position.
You know, I have to say it's funny that David is playing the Grunfeld, because when I was younger, we were sharing a coach, David and myself. We were both trained by Grandmaster Vlasimiliansa, and he was a big specialist of the Grunfeld, but I never adapted it, unfortunately. I was just too afraid to give up the center, and also a bit too much theory. I think for players who like myself, who are not, full-time players, the Grunfeld, there's a lot of things, a lot of lines you need to know.
That's probably the only problem with Grunfeld defense. You need to know exactly how you defend against different setups of white. White has many systems. Let us see what happened in this game. You see that black decided not to take on c3, but just retreated, hoping to put pressure on d4. White immediately defends. Yeah? So white lost the tempo by playing bishop d2 and then bishop f3. On the other side, black also lost some time by taking knight and retreating it to b6. So it's a very interesting situation. Black should try to do something about the center, and we see the next preparation move is short castle. That's normal.
And the next move, I'm going to have some serious questions, Arthur.
Yes, that is not wouldn't be immediately my candidate move, so-called candidate move, but it has some sense, I guess. Yeah, it prevents black from coming comfortably to c6 with knight.
You would take it?
Yes, probably just take it, and we can. It's actually also not 100% clear, yeah, because if let's examine it. We take it, and black takes with pawn, yeah. And maybe bishop would have a good diagonal on a6, putting a lot of pressure. But white shouldn't take immediately. He can wait, maybe putting the knight first on e2. I guess the idea behind this move, bishop b5, is somehow to, first of all, to prepare move knight to e2. And secondly, I would guess if black now plays something like c6, we simply go back to e2, and black can't develop his knight on c6. So it's not a real loss of tempo, because black done nothing to fight white center.
Yes.
It is very interesting strategical position, and we should wait probably the next move of Navarre. He has to show how he is going to fight white center.
Yeah, and David is still thinking. So his first think of the game, we can see the players actually there on the camera. So I think it's probably likely that bishop b5 is some kind of new move or new idea.
I'm not exactly an expert of this bishop d2 variation. I probably tried everything against the Grunfeld, but not this move. But okay, that sounds plausible to me. What is the deeper sense in it, we will see. And also we are looking for reaction of Navarra. He has, in my opinion, he has to do something about the center, and since c5 is difficult, maybe he would think about e5 possibility, attacking white center.
So we will see. We see that David is still thinking. Both players looking very calm there. Maybe we will come back to this. David might take a little bit of time, and we can go and check out the last game we have for today. That's Luke Mcshane against Matthias Blueberm.
Oh, we have already ending. So let us see how that happened.
Time to catch up.
Yes. And so we see my favorite Russian defense.
Yes.
That I played for years, and this is a rare move. Yeah, knight d3. It is of course possible to do everything here, but more common move knight back to f3, because on d3 knight is not always so brilliantly positioned. But again, Luke Mcshane, he likes to explore
Very creative.
some new ways and not to play what everybody is playing. So he's choosing a rare move.
I think it also makes sense for someone like Luke, who isn't, I think, not a full-time professional player. He's also, I think, a family man, and so he doesn't have the same amount of time to devote to studying openings as some of the younger players in the field. So I think from that perspective, it makes a lot of sense to avoid some main theoretical debates.
True, but of course there are a lot of theory also in this particular line.
Hard to avoid theory completely.
Hard to avoid, and if I remember correctly, it was Russian Grandmaster Morozevich which practically reinvented this variation with some of his games. Let us see how queen went changed. This is a usual situation where black also has to put the queen to unpin the knight, and white probably attacked with knight c3. No, immediately knight e4. Sometimes knight d5 is a threat, so I guess black. This was what happened. Careful move, and now we are getting ending pretty soon. Black took on e2. I guess he was worried about possibility that white would play maybe bishop e3
and avoid the queen exchange.
Avoid queen exchange. So he took. White is just microscopically better, probably because of advantage in development, but obviously Matthias is not worried about it. Knight c6 develops his knight. It's a very reasonable way to do it. c3 protects the pawn d4, and now what happened? d5. Not forced move, but okay, why not to take a little bit of space and to prepare maybe develop
the bishop to d6, maybe?
Bishop to d6, more active position. Yes. And now the next move was h4. This is already a little bit creative move, because we were taught first maybe to develop the pieces, and only then think about the pawns. But okay, Mcshane, he has his ideas for sure, and black decided that it was a good idea, and so he played h5 as well.
But very interesting, and I see that Luke has played one more move, I thought. Let me see. So, no, I'm not sure why the clock. Yeah, so Luke played knight, and knight to d2. After h5.
Already there is a move, Okay, just a second. I think you can get the position now.
But what is interesting is if we look at the clock times, Luke actually has hardly spent any time at all. So it looks like all of this, even h4, is still something that he must have looked at before. And now what do you make? I'm glad we got a Petrov. You are the expert after all. What do you make of this position?
This position is not exactly the reason why I like to play Petrov, but it is a choice of white. White can always find a solid continuation when there is not so much can go wrong from his perspective. Yes, maybe he thinks that on a long run, that black put his knight on c6, he would have to regroup this knight because it's not so brilliantly positioned on c6. That's maybe a very small thing what Luke is playing for. Yeah. But it is also possible that both players tried this variation online in some internet rapid or blitz games. There are so many events taking place now online, so it wouldn't surprise me that they already have experience some experience with this type of position.
Could be. You talked about the knight on c6, which is maybe not ideally placed. What about the white pieces? The knight that just came to d2. What are sort of the ideal squares for the white pieces? The knight from d2, the bishop from c1. What are the long-term plans?
Actually, he has still a lot of options. So we can think about knight f3 and maybe to bring knight on to e5 as a very natural way, or even to g5. Why not? Because this is a now weak square. And we can also think about some other maneuvers like knight f1, knight e3, for example, hitting d5. This is actually also something which could be considered, because then white keeps an option to put the pawn on f3 and protect the square. Maybe we can even try to make some moves to see how it is go. Let me try this plan first. Now I noticed that after bishop d6 I'm not able to fulfill my idea, so maybe
because the knight on f4 would be hanging.
Yeah, so maybe there is some regrouping much more complicated taking place, and then bishop f4 changing bishops first and then knight f6.
Actually, speaking of exchanging bishops, in these kind of structures, which pieces, which is a question I always wonder when I'm playing, which pieces do I want to exchange, which pieces do I want to keep? What do you think? What would you advise here in this position? Then
we will come back to the game, because actually black already made the move bishop d6. Let us see on the pawn structure. If we look at the pawn structure, we see many white pawns already took the dark squares. b2, c3, d4, and h4, and also f2. So there are many pawns on the dark squares. So it seems that the dark squared bishop of white is probably not that active. And to exchange it against dark squared bishop of black would be strategically of some advantage. So that can help us maybe to create some kind of plan. Okay, I continue with my knight f1. Let's say black is doing something. Let's say bishop d7. Why not? And now we have here idea to retreat knight again. Okay, it's a little bit too much. I understand it, but I wanted to exchange dark squared bishops. That's what we were talking about. But this still goes into direction of a very even game. The position, the structure is symmetrical. Nobody has any pawn's advantages. Not easy to create a passed pawn. So there is some maneuvers in approximately equal position, so not big harm is done yet to the position.
Very good. So this one probably for now the most quiet of the games, with no queens on the board, but a strategical battle on the horizon. So maybe we can go back again to the beginning and to Pavel Elianov and Cosmoswana.
Yes, we see some development. Let us catch the moment where we left. Yeah, after the move h6, we decided to look at some other games, and Elianov made a short castle, d6, and now actually very interesting move. Also typical decision in such positions. White goes after the bishop with knight a4, trying to exchange this active piece. Black, actually he can also let it stay on c5. It's not a big harm usually, but he preferred to go to b6. In this case, if white will take on b6, we can analyze it shortly. After pawn takes b6, black rook already developed, and it's a kind of nice situation. And now we also see that the bishop what is left, bishop c8, he has some diagonal to work, so it's a good bishop. Yeah?
Yeah, also I guess white is not in a hurry to take on b6.
That's what Elianov was doing. He was making a quiet move a3.
Because usually in these Italians, very often black has played a6 already and can save the bishop, but now of course it's too late, because if black ever plays a6, white will happily capture.
Yes, a6 probably wouldn't be played, but then he can take it in any moment. There is no hurry. Why he played a3 is another story. Probably just discourage the opponent from maneuver knight a5, knight takes c4. Yeah, so now he has square a2. Yeah, if, let's say, black attacks, we have the square a2 for our bishop, and we keep bishop. Actually, the Russian tradition says that bishops are a little bit stronger than knights. So Elianov, of course, a player from Ukraine, but he's part of Soviet chess school, and we were taught that bishops are a little bit superior, little bit, not always. We have a good move, short castle, but that means that there will be a positional struggle.
Yeah. No g5.
No g5 at the immediate, in the next move.
At least not immediately, yes.
Yes.
And Pavel actually also made one more move. He played h3.
Also useful move, as a matter of fact, useful move. To prevent black from coming to g4 and pinning the knight f3. So both sides avoided the pins. So for our young viewers, it's probably a good tip how to play such.
Avoid, yes. Well, actually, let me ask you a question. If we just go back to the moment before Rasmus castled, was it an option to go bishop g4? Before h3 appears?
That's an interesting question. Let us see what may be the reason. So if h3, you probably wanted to keep or to go back to h5. Yes.
And the question is always, is there some g4? But I guess this is something that.
This is a serious question, yes. Actually, serious question, and maybe sometimes, in this case, black can sacrifice the piece on g4. This is actually very sharp, so I'm not sure that Elianov was intending to play like this. No. So,
but okay, so not
so
g4?
maybe not g4, but just by playing this, because the pin itself, it is not end of the story, yeah, and white may prepare maybe g4 in some later stage. Let us do maybe some moves. Yeah, just okay. Let's take this. Just to make it more simple, and maybe to prevent this move knight d4 because it would lead to some weakening of the position. So they play c3. So that actually was a serious alternative indeed. Yeah, to play bishop g4 immediately.
But okay, these players, maybe it's also a line because, as you mentioned, there are so many different lines these days, so many different movers. I have to say, in the last months, whenever I commentated somewhere, I feel like I've seen hundreds of Italian, and they're always similar, but always one small detail is a little bit different. So I'm sure the players know what they're doing, and it could be that bishop g4 is also another option. But not the one that Rasmus chose.
Yes. My suggestion would be to move maybe to the next position, because here, Pavel has to show, what is going on, what he wants to do. Actually, he probably slightly better because of this bishop's pair. But black doesn't have any weaknesses in the position, very solid position. And maybe also Rasmus sees the option of exchanging this one of the bishops, and then opponent doesn't have this advantage of two bishops, because one is exchanged.
Yes. So do you think Rasmus will play some bishop e6 in the future?
Possible. There are several ideas. One would be to bring the knight to g6, and maybe in the future to position it on f4. Yes. If we are lucky, we can also play knight h5, knight e4. It is something what I already saw several times, and also tried to do it in my own games.
What is also interesting, just before we move on, is that both players have spent roughly the same amount of time. Pavel has 1 hour 18 on the clock, Rasmus has 1 hour 17. And I always feel like the players, they must know these positions, but it always shows that they're spending time because all these small nuances. So
it's probably very confusing. You played a3 and already it looks different.
Exactly. So we'll come back to this one, but I think an interesting battle ahead here between Pavel Elianov and Cosmoswana. So we'll move on to Deák against Navarra.
Yes, and something happened. I think not much actually happened. David played bishop d7, why not? Just asking what is this bishop is doing actually on b5. Do you want to exchange it? And I will probably win time for my development. But the idea of Deák was more deep. He goes away. And sometimes this provocation works. Because bishop not always so good positioned on d7, and sometimes he would prefer maybe to play bishop g4. He can't do it at the moment. Now David has to find a good move, because knight c6 is a very committing move because of d5. And I'm not sure actually, we may look at the time.
Yeah, so the time, and during the break we will get the times also on your... David has been spending a lot of time. He has 1 hour 12, while Deák has been...
much quicker,
1 hour 21, so
21,
10 minutes up on the clock, but yes, David has spent quite a bit.
He may be in his preparation, and probably David... has to solve the problems over the board. And we already said the main task here for black is to start some counterplay in the center. But what is the right way to do it? Should we play e5, or there is even possibility to play f5 in Grunfeld defense if some of the older generation remember the games of Smyslov or Fischer, then they knew this idea as well, f5. So possible. Yeah, so this is two main possibilities. While again, I don't think that c5 is an issue at the moment. Knight c6 is another possibility. To wait to play knight f3 and maybe now decide for bishop g4 or some other plans. But of course, the most principled move would be d5, and then new problems arising. Sometimes you can use the square c4 for the knight to regroup it, but that is a serious decision already.
And I think that's why, well, I see on the player's camera that David just made a move and he's gone for e5.
For e5, for a more conventional way to attack the center. Yes.
Okay, so let's stick here. Let's stick around for a second and try and understand how should White react to this central push.
So we have basically three reactions. Yes, we can not react at all and keep developing. Yes, so that is normal way to do it. The black maybe takes and also develops his piece. So both sides are happy with the development. Now the question still remains how black creates a pressure against white center. Actually, he has here some interesting ideas. We should confess on this stage that we're also running an engine.
A little bit, yes.
So from time to time we're looking for suggestion of an engine. And for example, here it's not the most obvious idea, and bishop a4, a typical engine idea, tactical idea to create counterplay. So obviously, black is okay here after taking on d4. So we said simple plan may not be the best in this position. So we have two other options. We can play d5. Let us try this. It looks as maybe the most principled move. Yeah, we are taking even more space. And okay.
And I guess black should continue to try and fight against
he should challenge this. Yeah? And again, he has two different ways to challenge the chain pawn. Yeah? And if you remember Nimzovich and his brilliant book, My System, he said, okay, you can attack the head of the chain like c6. This is one of the ways, yeah, and another way you can attack maybe the roots of the chain, and that is the move f5. So both moves are strategically interesting, because that's actually how you should play if opponent has the pawn chain. But on a tactical level, it is different thing. We need to, of course, to analyze. But move like c6 is recommended, I guess, with our engine. Makes a lot of sense, of course. Not weakening king position, maybe too early.
And c6, now, once again, I wonder, what does white do? Because now there's, I think, no more option to keep pushing. I think the pawn on d6 would eventually fall. We cannot, because it has no defender, so we cannot keep pushing the pawn.
Pushing looks also risky to me.
I didn't even see that it was a computer.
It is a choice of computer, but
I just assumed that d6 couldn't be good, but what do I know?
Well, okay, that is extremely complicated move. A very challenging move. Maybe we can defend it quickly with queen d2 and rook d1, and then we have passed pawn. Yeah, we can interpret it, but maybe the different scenario, it would be attacked and eventually falling. So this is a very, very challenging question. There are some other possibilities for white. One is again very creative. Luke Mcshane would play it maybe without thinking, the move h4, starting or trying to use the rook on h1 for attack. Yeah. That's actually interesting move, how black would react. Because here, if black takes, I guess we take with pawn, to stop black knight from coming.
And here, once again, suddenly we see this idea behind this bishop b5, bishop d2, because now this bishop on d7 is really in the way.
True, yeah. So maybe black has to play knight a6 or something and to develop the pieces, and then rook c8, knight c5, and white can do something on the king side. Very exciting game.
Yeah, this one has a lot of potential to come to life. Well, it's already very much alive, but even more alive. And we'll see. We'll come back to it in a short while. See how Derek reacts.
I just wanted to mention the third possibility, of course, is just to take on a5, because we were talking about three possibilities.
Of course, sorry.
And just maybe to play something like knight f3, or maybe something else, just to win some time by attacking the bishop. Yeah, that has
this also. But here, black looks
coming back. Maybe
I was gonna say black looks fine here.
Yes.
Because suddenly this big center has been dismantled.
Yes, we have only small center, yes, on e4. Yes, true. This is already some achievement for black, and maybe he can put some pressure against pawn on e4 by putting rook on e8, for example. Knights are looking good. Yeah, so it is a solid position. Yeah. But this is an option. Yeah, so there are something to think about. So that's what actually white is
what he is doing. We can actually see him on the screen right there, pondering the three main options that we just talked about. What is your guess? What do you think he's going to go for?
I just don't want to even to try to guess. But, yes, it looks like he has a challenge here.
Yes,
he has a challenge. I must confess that I simply don't know Bogdan Daniel well enough. Or actually, this is one of the discoveries for me. I wanted to see him play, and I'm not yet ready to guess his decisions.
Well, maybe he doesn't even know himself yet, so it's a difficult question.
Obviously, he's still open to the decision.
Yes. Okay, so we'll move on from here for now, and we will return to the game between Luke Mcshane and Matthias Blueberm. Well, but they've played a fair few moves.
Yes, something went not according to my plan. Yes, like knight is on g3. Let us see what.
Let's see how did we get
what
here.
Was after bishop d6. I guess we have the position. No, at least one move I was guessing more or less correctly. Knight f1. That's where Luke put his knight. And interesting reaction was the move knight e7. We were talking about this knight on c6, maybe not optimally positioned.
Yes.
And then, of course, Matthias takes some time maybe to improve the situation, and if necessary, to protect the pawn with the move c6. Looks like very solid play to me. Now, Luke was provoking the move g6. Attacking pawn on h5. g6 was played, why not? Yeah, it's actually not very clear what is the drawbacks of the g6. The next move, honestly, I think it was made to avoid the simplification of the position. Because if black would play knight f5, you can exchange maybe.
So let's make another move. I don't know.
Let's play f3 immediately, yeah, and then black can play knight f5, yeah, simplifying the position. Yeah, so.
And you think black has almost solved?
That looks okay.
Yeah.
It looks okay. The weaknesses what black has on e5 to use it, white has to go to d3 and then to try also to exchange dark squared bishops, or maybe to put bishop on g5. Nevertheless, what I think that actually Luke knows what he is doing. Yeah, it's very often it doesn't matter if the position equal or it is maybe even slightly worse or slightly better. If you know what you are doing, what you are playing for, you may have a certain practical advantage. And here bishop d3 was actually an interesting move designed to keep a little bit more pieces
on the board.
Luke is interpreting the position as if he has some space advantage. It is maybe more emotional space advantage than real, but after the move f2, f3, he controls the central square a little bit better. Yeah, so that's what he tries to say. Yeah? And now f3 was played. That probably means that white king would go to f2 in the future. And then there is a little weakness of dark squares after the move g6. And that's what Luke is going to explore probably on the next moves. But for this, he needs to retreat the knight, maybe temporarily, and then to try to put the bishop.
Yeah. And Luke has a nice time advantage. He's up 20 minutes on the clock. But yeah, Matthias, the position, there is not too many problems. So we'll see how this one evolves. But Arthur, we have two questions from the chat. The first one is from someone I know from my streams, from Pandora's Box. Good to see you. He's asking, what do you think of creative moves such as h4 and h5? I don't know if necessarily just in this game, but in general. Being discussed as modern chess. So what do you think of this?
Well, that is actually one of the elements of modern chess, and it was Bent Larsen who loved such a moves like h4, h5. And actually, if you really, if you have a desire to push some pawn, to attack with some pawn, then the move with if the rook's pawns are safest, it is. Yes. It leads to the less weakening of your own position. Again, I would say that Luke is very much ready for the game. Yeah. Maybe it's not a serious stuff. Yeah? But he has a concept. He just is not just playing the position. He has a concept, and he hopes to use this little weakness of dark squares. Well, I would guessing now the move like king f2. Yeah, but also of course knight e2 would be also an option.
There is also another question from Harald. Does Arthur consider the Petrov as a rather strategic or rather tactical opening? With so many seemingly forced lines? Okay, so it's two questions in one. So let's answer first the first one.
It is a very open fight. Yeah? I consider it as actually counter-attacking opening. Because already on the move 2, which is a rare occasion, black is not defending his pawn, but he attacks the pawn of the enemy. So it is like counter-attack. And that's an interesting, that's what was always for me fascinating in the Russian defense. I think it is a very aggressive opening, but the problem is that white has many white lines. White can force the opponent to go to some endings, for example. Nothing can be done, even the sharpest openings like Sicilian defense, that if you play against a very well prepared opponent, and if he wants, he can get some drawish line, almost unavoidable. Even Grunfeld defense, and if opponent is very well prepared, very difficult to overtake initiative.
And the second part of the question is, with so many seemingly forced lines, can or should club players learn or play the Petrov?
It's a good question. I think that the theory on a club level is not too heavy, so you can play it. It is very difficult on a grandmaster level because they go deeper. But on the club level, there is logical moves, and you probably can memorize it rather easily. At the moment when you understand what is the logic of the position, maybe pinned to two squares, e4 and e5, and we try maybe to hold our knight on e4 and prevent the opponent by putting the knight on e5. We have a good view. But true, there is many lines, but the advantage of Petrov defense or Russian defense, advantage of it, that we are choosing the position first. We mainly choosing the opening first, and so we rejecting some openings like Italian game and so on.
Well, a lot. You reject a lot of them. So I think absolutely not a bad choice. And with that, well,
there was knight f to e2 from Luke Mcshane.
To e2, yes, was played.
Exactly what we talk. He wants to use his bishop on the diagonal. It has his priority, or maybe just to exchange it with bishop f4. We were talking about dark squared bishop of black. This is a good bishop, and for white it makes sense also to exchange his so-called bad bishop. But he has even some ideas maybe on g5.
Let me ask you, I have a little bit of a hacking chess style, what maybe you call coffee house Spielerin. Would it be possible still to, I want to put the bishop somewhere, let's say d2, would it be possible to castle queenside and just try an attack on the king side, or is that unreasonable?
Of course, still possible, but that would be a little bit difficult because we need also to regroup this knight. But we can try to do it. So let us see what is going on. Let's say black plays without any plan. So like c6. No clear plan. Let's say we want to attack bishop g5. Okay, let's say black plays without any serious plan, and you wanted to castle one. So now your idea somehow to prepare g4.
Yes, but I already see that it takes a lot of preparation.
It takes the problem is that it takes a lot of preparation, and we didn't play such a brilliant move for black either. The problem is. The problem is, we're ready maybe to retreat and somehow to play g4. But even in this case, we are not really crushing with attack because we already changed queens, the strongest piece. So black would need to play rook h8, and he has a kind of stronghold on h5. So we are not. It's not too much. We can maybe make another couple of moves, trying our plan, stubbornly trying to attack. and now.
And then admit defeat.
At some stage, probably we should say, okay, this is still ending.
Enough is enough. Yeah. The end of the road.
In fact, this kind of positions are not easy to interpret because you have to decide, is it already ending? Or maybe it is still middle game.
Yes.
If you decide that this is middle game, then you may think about this plan. Yeah? But if you think, well, it looks more like ending to me, then probably better to play it in a
more reasonably,
more easy way. I like the position of the king on f2 for a few reasons. First of all, it controls some squares on an E line, which need to be defended, maybe e3 and e2 were our pieces. So king is playing already a certain role. It doesn't rule out the g4 possibility in some future, but I think we put in king on a position where something may happen. Yeah? What would be maybe my plan? I would try to play bishop f4.
Actually,
there is a move.
Not Matthias. Matthias, just played 98.
Wow, well, that's interesting move. What he wants to say us, my knight was bad on f6, after the move f3, I want to regroup it maybe to g7.
To g7.
Yeah? And then to have
to fight again for f5.
Yeah, so this is actually interesting idea. Let us see for the second what is going on after natural move. Here black has another option, he may come to d6. Yeah? So, okay, that move makes sense to us, knight a.
Yes. And black, I guess black doesn't really want to take himself on f4.
It would be better somehow to
get white to
to lure the opponent to take on d6.
But it's not so easy also to force the opponent. Huh?
Yes, but we see that Luke already made a little bit different decision. Yeah, he played king f2, but we were with him earlier about this move, king f2. Makes also sense because what we said, if bishop f4, then knight may change his mind and go to d6, and now he waits maybe for Matthias to play knight g7, and only then he wants to go bishop f4. Yes, it is not much. Yeah? It is just a tiny advantage maybe for white. We can see why. Yeah, now in this position, if you look at a situation like this, for example, c6, white is more pleasant for white. Just a little bit better bishop, little bit better bishop, and active pieces, and king is already closer to the center, but very, very small advantage.
Small edge. Well, a little edge on the clock. Luke is up 25 minutes on the clock. But Arthur, I think we're going to take our first break of the day now, so we'll take a quick 10-minute break because we are joined already in the studio by Grandmaster Dimitri Kollars. So don't go anywhere, and we will be back in 10 minutes with Dimitri. Welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. As you can see, it's not just the two of us anymore. We have been joined by Grandmaster Dimitri Kollars. Dimitri, first of all, welcome.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So Dimitri is the 7th player in the field. Today is your rest day. First of all, just tell us, how does it feel to be back in Dortmund last year? I'm sure you have pleasant memories. You came second here. How is it to be back?
Yeah, it's nice, of course, and also completely different, of course, yeah. Now there are some people. That's the main difference, yeah. Last year it was only us and and also Untitled playing, but yeah, now it's a huge open tournament and many others. So yeah, that's nice, of course.
The fact that you're not playing, did you have the time to walk around a little bit in the playing hall and see all the different events that are going on?
Yeah, that's also a nice difference, yeah, just to start with a free day. I think that's my first time in any tournament, yeah. Yeah.
How do you like the idea and the fact to play with 7 players, that one person comes here to get it?
Yeah, it's something new is always interesting, yeah, I think. Yeah.
Do you think it is advantage or disadvantage to be free in the first round?
Okay, I guess we'll see tomorrow. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad, yeah.
Well, and I think, since you are here, we're going to jump. I have a few more questions for you, but I will save them for later. So just before we go to the games in more depth, you had 1 hour before joining us. Did you have a look at the games already?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. First I had to get up and everything. But
That's very late.
Yeah, okay, time. Not really, but yeah.
We won't judge.
But it's not good for me that the rounds are at 3 o'clock, that's what I can say.
I can relate to that, I'm also happy. So let's go, let's go back to the game between Elianov and Cosmoswana and see what developments we have seen there.
Yeah, that was already an interesting opening, or at least an interesting choice, I think. Yeah, this knight c3 line is, was probably a surprise, yeah. I didn't see who was thinking first, but yeah.
So maybe we can just go back
a little bit, Let us put this knight c3 move.
Yeah, I also played this in one of my last games, but yeah, I think it's the first time for Elianov probably, so he just wanted to surprise him. Yeah, okay, usually of course everyone plays with c3, and yeah, knight c3 looks a bit boring at first, just so symmetrical, but yeah, main idea I think is what happened in the game, yeah, to get the bishop on c5 with knight a4 later. So yeah, h6 is the normal reaction. Yeah, this wasn't too surprising, but it was interesting that Rasmus played d6, because normally a6, just to keep the bishop.
To keep both.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know what he wanted to do here, but yeah. Yeah, probably we'll find out later in the tournament.
So he's not afraid to lose the bishop, yeah?
It's also really solid, because white doesn't really have the bishop here, yeah? Usually black exchanges with bishop e6 later, yeah? So yeah, it's okay to give one bishop up.
Dmitry, why do you think this Italian game is so popular nowadays?
Okay, I think just because there's so much theory in Spanish. Ruy Lopez, yeah. I think that's the main reason.
You said you played Italian as white as well?
Yeah, I play, I guess, most openings, but yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, just flexible, you can not really prepare for a draw or something with black, at least it's not as easy. Yeah.
So we also were considering the possibility of bishop g4 for black in this moment, but okay.
Yeah.
So it was not an intention.
Yeah, I think Rasmus just wants to play really solidly first, yeah, just casual, exchange the bishop on e6. Yeah.
So queen e7 prepares the bishop e6 simply, and that means that he wants to take with queen.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, also interesting that he played queen e7. Normally I think rook e8 is the move to prepare bishop e6.
If you want, and then to have option maybe d5.
Yeah, with the queen on d8, but I guess the same plans are possible with maybe rook a d8, d5 later. I don't know. Yeah, queen e7 also makes sense.
b4 is a little bit interesting, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, in Italian, by now I think it's also not too surprising anymore. hard to come up with anything too crazy in the first moves. Yeah.
And indeed, he decides to take with queen. Yeah?
Yeah, I think now it makes sense. Yeah, because if he takes with the f pawn, then it's not so clear why the queen is on e7. Yeah, probably anyway wants to play queen f7, queen h5, or queen g6. Yeah, so might lose a tempo there. Yeah. Yeah, now c4. He's just controlling d5. Yeah, I think I already saw something very similar somewhere. So, yeah, I think it's more or less normal until now.
So what do we expect? Some moves like knight d4?
Yeah, I think that's the most likely. Rasmus is just, yeah, again, playing really solidly. That's a solid move here, just trying to exchange many pieces. Because I don't think white wants to learn knight f3 and bishop d4, yeah? So probably should take on b6.
Dmitry, I wanted just to ask you a general question. 6th round, it is very short distance, yeah?
Yes, that was 2 free days, so it's still a long tournament, yeah.
In 2 free days,
yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, it's a nice rhythm, yeah.
But maybe it's also a good warm-up for the Olympiad, like the right amount, because there is a
yeah,
very
not too
long...
stressful, yeah, that's, I don't know, 11 rounds or 13,
yes.
Yeah, I don't complain about 6 rounds.
Actually, speaking just briefly about the Olympiad, and since we are looking at Rasmus's game, Rasmus, Matthias and yourself will all be teammates at the upcoming Chennai Olympiad, so how is it to be competitors here, but a few days later you will be colleagues?
Yeah, again, this we will see later how this turns out. Yeah, but I guess it's just good practice for us. Yeah, just yeah, playing against each other. Yeah, it's funny. I think only one day after we all travel together to Chennai. Yeah, that's also something new for me.
Yeah, well, actually, very quickly before we return to the game, it will be your first Olympiad. What are your emotions or your feelings about that?
Yeah, I tried not to have any feelings about that for now because yeah, I have to concentrate on something else before that. But yeah, no, I'm already excited for a while. I think the nominations were 1 month ago or 2 months maybe. So
let's say what were your feelings when you got nominated?
Yeah, okay, it was yeah, just really nice. It's exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it will be very interesting. You guys have a young and promising team. I think the strongest possible team. So we're looking forward to seeing that. And yeah, let's go back to the game.
I already worked a little bit on the board.
This is not what happened, yeah, okay.
Not what happened.
Everything disappeared from the board, yeah.
It was just small piece of analysis. I thought
yeah, but this is what I meant, yeah. Just knight d4 probably forces to exchange.
First I took it, there was probably a mistake. You need to take first on f3, and now, what do you think about the position from...
Okay, I guess it's what White more or less wanted from the opening. Not so much, of course, but this is not what White expects if he plays knight c3. Yeah, some spatial advantage, of course, and probably wants to play f4 at some point, yeah.
Would you prefer to have bishop generally against the knight, or it doesn't matter for you?
I don't know. Probably I prefer bishop, but I always end up with a knight in such positions, so maybe I have to think about this, yeah.
Would you rather play white here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, not so much, but probably has more plans, yeah. Black, I mean, won't be in time probably to get f5. White maybe can get f4 at some point. That's more realistic, yeah. Or also just play on the queen side, push the pawns, yeah. a4, b5 is always nice too.
And later maybe to even some break.
Maybe play on the a5 with a5, yeah.
Well, maybe in the future, if we can get some endings and pawns on b6, c7, weak, yeah.
Yeah, okay, probably hard to attack them with the bishop, yeah, but still, yeah, at least they're fixed there, and yeah, black doesn't really have so many active ideas, yeah. Okay, otherwise, on the other hand, maybe he wants to prepare c6, d5 at some point, but okay, then e5 gets a bit more weak, yeah.
So I put everything back because I think Rasmus is still thinking in this position. It's an important choice for him. But what are the alternatives?
Yeah, I think this is what we can expect, yeah, because... Okay, I don't know if white has a real threat, but even if he just takes on b6 next move, then black doesn't have this knight d4 option anymore, yeah, because he doesn't want to take with the e-pawn on d4, I guess. So yeah, if he wants to play at knight d4 at any point, it's
Yeah, one possible idea maybe to prepare f5 in some
that's true,
nearest future, yeah, the knight
Yes.
d7. We also taken care of c5 so far.
Yeah, I guess I would try to prevent that with knight h4. But okay, then d4 again gets a bit weaker.
d4
Yeah, bishop
yeah.
d4 is possible, of course, yeah.
So maybe take first
Yes, yes.
to work on this idea. And now knight h4, yeah? Now it is
Yeah,
working
this makes
better,
sense.
yeah?
Okay, but like still can prepare 5, yeah, knight e7 makes sense.
They have some...
Yeah, maybe knight e7 is a bit more exciting, yeah, that's true. Then knight just exchange everything with knight d4, and yeah, maybe immediately play for f5.
You know Cosmos quite well, I guess. What do you expect with this?
Yeah, that's why I said maybe he will play knight d4, but I think first round with black he usually wants to be a bit more solid, but okay, this also doesn't look too crazy. I mean, this is still not so risky for black, yeah.
Do you have some tournament plan? You don't need to give us all details, but just generally how you approach the event.
My next tournament, or
No, this tournament.
yeah.
For this tournament.
Yeah, no, I never had any tournament plans generally. Yeah, just normally it depends on the first few rounds how I start. But yeah, okay, every time I try to think about some results or what I want to play for, it doesn't really work out. So.
But here there was one big difference, is that the pairings were known a very long time
yeah, that's true,
in
of course.
advance. Is that, first of all, is it something that you like, or do you prefer that everyone gets the pairing sort of last minute? And my second part of the question, how did you prepare with all that time, knowing your opponents and colors?
Okay, I mainly used all that time to play some other tournaments, but yeah, but still, yeah, of course it's possible to prepare a bit more deeply. Yeah, this I also had in the German Masters a few times to know in advance. Yeah, for me, I generally like to prepare, so it's not bad. Yeah.
How much time are you using to prepare for the game during the tournament?
Okay, if it goes perfectly, I don't have to prepare too much during the tournament, but yeah, at this time probably that won't work out. Because yeah, there was not so much time for me to prepare for every opponent before. Yeah, I already played two tournaments in the last month.
What were you playing?
Teplice Open and Bundesliga. Yeah, just a few days ago. So yeah, but maybe it helps to have some free days here, even more time to prepare. So yeah, I guess the openings will be quite important. Maybe not today, but but in the next rounds, yeah, everybody has a lot of preparation here.
Also, it probably makes sense that as the tournament progresses, the players maybe will become a bit less solid if they are fighting for something.
Yeah, I think not every day will be like today.
Today was a quiet
start till now. But maybe it doesn't even matter, yeah, because we can't make draws anyway.
Yes.
So yeah, even any boring endgame will go forever, yeah, and something can happen.
Let us maybe go for
Navarra.
Let's check in with Deak and Navarra.
Yeah, that's maybe the most exciting game, yeah, as far as I saw.
Last time we left this position, we were talking about 3 choices, and White took on e5. Playing very, very open struggle, and the next move of Navarro, bishop takes c3, I would probably be afraid to do it in my own games, to give up.
Yeah,
bishop,
of course.
The pride and joy of your position.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really interesting that he did it, but...
It shows the spirit, or optimistic approach. He is not afraid that he will be attacked, and he wants to destroy the white structure a little bit.
Yeah, and maybe just wants to take a few pawns. He played bishop c6, e4 gets a bit weaker, that's maybe the main advantage. But yeah, it looks risky, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a moment in the game.
Yeah.
Defend the pawn.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, okay, I guess the idea must be to just quickly attack e4, yeah, otherwise it doesn't seem so great to trade on c3. So yeah, probably
queen is 7.
Yeah, queen e7, somehow quickly get a knight to c5 maybe, white defense.
Queen is 7.
Yeah, okay, but it's a question if white has to defend, yeah, probably he can castle.
Not yet, because if black takes, yeah, we have bishop f3 at the end, yes,
Yeah.
and take on b7. So
Yeah, that would be maybe one bishop too many.
yes, but then you said very interesting thing. We bring knight on c5, yes,
Yeah.
to increase the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the main advantage for black in the structure. Yeah, at least he has this outpost on c5 for the knight. Can't be attacked and can try to attack e4. Whereas if white plays f3, maybe he can counter with f5. Yeah. So
I just probably want to stress this moment because of the bad pawn structure. You have a nice squares for the knights, yeah, like c5. Yeah.
Actually, let me ask both of you a question. A move like that, bishop takes c3, which looks at first sight a bit strange to give up that beautiful bishop. Like, what is usually the thought process that goes into it? Like, do you just try and calculate as far as you, let's say, okay, sometimes so you can say I can win the pawn by force, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. So what's the thought process that goes into a decision like this?
yeah, okay, it's just a very difficult decision, I guess. I don't know how long he thought about bishop c3, but yeah, there's not so much to calculate, I guess. He just has to evaluate. I mean, he knows what's what's bad about bishop c3, of course. He weakens all the dark squares forever. But yeah, he just has to evaluate if the counterplay against e4 is enough and the square on c5. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's just very difficult. I would never be sure about it. Probably he has a lot of experience, and maybe that's not the first bishop he gave up on c3, I don't know. So.
I just want to warn the amateur players who are watching this game.
Do not do this at home.
Do not try it in your tournament without serious preparation.
Yeah.
You may regret the given.
Yeah, I would also be scared. Yeah, I'm even now scared just sitting here looking at it. But okay, white never really gets an attack. I guess that's not really the danger, but just long term. Playing without the dark squared bishop. I
wanted to put the position from the game because David played knight bd7 immediately, which may be just a different move order.
Yeah, looks very similar. I guess the queen always goes to e7 because what else?
And then
just to prepare knight c5.
To prepare knight c5. So we're just dealing with a different move order, most likely.
Yes, looks like.
And then queen e7, for example. What I want to say that of course this changing values, from one side a very good bishop disappeared, dark squares are weak, so this is a kind of negative. Positive is that there is bad pawn structure and there is some square as a result of this bad pawn structure. But it is very difficult to play like this.
Yes.
And to compare all these different elements of the position.
Let me ask you the same question I asked you before. In this game, would you rather play white or black?
Yeah, I guess everything we said until now, I should say white. Yeah. Yeah, and I think I would. But also not so easy for white. I mean, he has this majority on the king side, but yeah, it's not so easy to push, yeah. Because f4 really weakens the e4 square. I mean, that's probably... Yeah, he needs a lot of preparation for that. And also there are no pieces in the way. Normally in these structures there's maybe some bishop on e6 or knight on f6, which you can gain some tempi against, but yeah, here it's just not easy to push the pawns. And yeah, white just has to play slowly, I guess.
Dmitry, I wanted to ask you, do you think that this working with computer also changes a little bit our approaches to the position? Like
yeah, probably it leads to some decisions like bishop c3, because yeah, computers are usually not afraid. I mean, they can of course evaluate these long-term factors, yeah, like the squares black is getting, and yeah, I'm not sure if it's okay here, but I saw many positions where something like bishop c3 is being suggested. Yeah, that of course changes a lot.
Actually, what you're saying reminds me of an interview question I heard once, so let me ask it to you. If you could choose that everyone in the tournament, not just you, could play without a computer for the whole tournament, would you be happy to do that if everyone was in the same boat, or how
I
would
think
you
I even got this question once, but I forgot what I answered. So,
so you can think of a new.
yeah, probably. I mean, it would be more fun to play without a computer, but for me, probably a disadvantage because I'm so used to it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I always prepared with computers. I don't really know how to do it otherwise.
That would maybe favor the more experienced.
Yeah.
Let's not call them older.
Yeah, maybe in some under 20, 22 tournament, then I would be fine with it. But yeah.
Just one more question before we move on, maybe to the game between Luke and Matthias. These are the top two seeds in the tournament. I don't know have you played against everyone in this field before?
Okay, if you count online, I guess, but yeah, for example, Dirk, I never played over the board, but probably like 300 or 400 games online, so I have a little bit of experiences.
And my question was, is there anyone out of the field that you're particularly looking forward to playing against?
Yeah, not really, because I'm the lowest seed. Everybody is strong. I mean, that's obvious. But I never played against Navarro, so yeah, I guess both of these players, that will be interesting. Yeah.
For sure. So let's move on to.
Let's move to the next position because they are still thinking here. Dirk is still thinking. So Matthias Blueberm.
Some pieces have come up.
Something
here.
happened, yeah.
Yeah, I guess they.
Let us
a lot of moves.
move this back. Yes, I think we left the position after the move King F2, and Black played Knight G7, preparing some move to F5, Bishop F4. That was more or less predicted. Knight E6, exchanging a good knight.
Yeah. Okay, not sure White had to trade, but.
So you mean just go away and to keep more pieces?
Yeah, because I thought, I mean, like once to put something in F5 maybe at some point, but okay, now it's not possible with the knight on E6. Okay, also.
I'm sorry, maybe even to play
knight G2
to keep the knight on an more active position.
Yeah. Okay, White just needs to do something against just like the idea to trade, play C6, Bishop F5, and then White has nothing. So. Maybe you could have played Knight G2 and then prepared G4 somehow.
But just curious if you just move away. Yeah,
that's also interesting. Yeah.
And just and then to put rook on E1, maybe a more complicated way to play the position. But okay, he decided to play more simple chess, just for the speed of.
Just to get the knight on 2F4, I guess, later, with tempo, so... Yeah, it's the same as if White would have played Knight G2 first, yeah.
That looks like a reasonable plan, just to double. Actually, Luke also started to spend some time, so...
well, actually, this is the game with the biggest time difference.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising, because the position looks a bit calm, but... Yeah, maybe Matthias is not so comfortable. Yeah, and it's slightly more pleasant for White, so he might get some chances.
Actually, I have to admit, I don't know Matthias's repertoire opening, so what is the Petrov one of his mains?
I think recently started. I think that's how he won the European Championship, more or less. At least he had it in some games there. But yeah, we were all shocked because he always played French in Caracan for 10 years maybe. But yeah, finally it changed a bit.
Said it is unusual aggressivity against E4,
yeah, he always says that he's scared to put a pawn on E5, but Petrov is okay because the pawn immediately gets taken, so then it's fine again. Yeah, and I think he didn't lose a game yet, probably in the Petrov, I think, over the board at least. Yeah, had a lot of games already, but works out well for him.
So what do we make of this position now? Is it anything at all for White?
It is a pleasant position for White, for sure. Yeah, but the question how to attack it. Yeah. Okay. We thought first maybe to bring the knight. Yeah. On e4. That was, I think, mentioned. Yeah. So we can maybe try to do it. Something
I think that's
let's say c6 and
most
knight
logical
f4.
plan. But yeah, okay. At some point, I guess. Yeah. Okay. If Black plays bishop f5, the bishop just moves away and probably. Also there's a tactic with knight h5 at the moment. Yeah, that's why.
Possibly.
Yeah,
yes.
the rook is well placed on e5.
But
I'm
also
not
you can
sure,
go
H4 is
away.
hanging,
You can also go away.
Yeah, probably to e2 to prevent g4, because I think that's in general the main idea of white, to at some point get g4. Of course, here black can maybe later take and put a bishop on e4, but then you can trade it with bishop f3 and just gain space.
Let's maybe put that all on the board for our viewers.
Yeah, somehow.
So
I don't know.
if we somehow just make.
Yes, okay, we'll do some move.
Yeah, f5 is always somehow useful, but maybe a bit slow here.
G4.
Yeah, I think that's
exchange, bishop goes to e4, that's what we were talking about, and now bishop f3. Yeah, change, and we are, again, we having pressure, we can organize the pass.
Now it's really, really unpleasant for black, yeah.
There is some pin, and here, so not easy to play at all, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's maybe why bishop f5 is not the greatest idea. Normally, I mean, if g4 is a possibility, you want to take and put a bishop on e4, but it just gets exchanged, and then white has achieved what he wanted. So
let us come back. Maybe we have a move. No, actually, we have a.
No, we don't. So
bishop d7. It was a move for black.
We can see on the camera as well that Matthias is currently away from the board, and Luke.
I didn't see. We have cameras. Yeah.
So Luke is still thinking. I think Matthias was briefly hovering there on the side of the board.
Yeah.
Somehow I like this concept with knight e2. Yeah. So
I also don't really see many other plans. I guess white can always try to get b3, c4. But it looks more logical to put a knight on f4 and play for g4 at some point.
Let us try maybe to improve black defense.
We didn't really. we just tried to lose with black.
But that was what we were trying. We were trying to demonstrate.
It's of course not easy for black. It's not as boring as it looks. White has a lot of ideas. Yeah, actually, it makes a lot of sense.
But look what is going on. Yeah, I'm not ready to exchange. And the engine here even starts to entertain everybody with some sacrifice.
Really interesting.
And now we can take maybe I
guess then bishop e8. We need to get this h5 pawn, I guess, because
otherwise we are not having not enough material.
Yeah, but this is really if you want to play for a win, this is really interesting. Because. Also much easier to play for white now. Just take on h5 and push the pawns.
Push everything.
Yeah, that's really unpleasant. Black's pieces are passive and not much counterplay. I don't think he wants to allow this, because I think he sees this option with knight g6. So probably not knight g8 then.
So it was not a real improvement. Let us.
We're still struggling.
Maybe just the opposite.
Seems to be opposite. Let us see this slide more carefully.
But I think what we're just for the spectators, I think this demonstrates just how difficult the position could potentially be for Matthias.
I guess that's what we try to do as commentators. We.
So now
try to make it interesting here, but this might be much more solid now.
G4. Let's stick to.
But now the bishop has more squares on the diagonal. But still,
or we are a little bit. We didn't spend time for the useless move a5.
Of course. Would be nice to get a knight on f6. Maybe if white trades now, there's some idea to get knight f6, knight e4. But I'm not sure if it helps so much. I mean, it still looks unpleasant. Here white has g5 intermediate move.
G5 immediate, yes.
I think this is
still some problems, yes. So we need to take first.
I think in this position, black wants to have the knight on e4, not the bishop, because it's passive piece anyway. At some point white probably wants to push h5.
That actually looks more reasonable. What I know about these knight endings, that is actually much more difficult to play these positions because of specific of the piece. Yeah, knight can jump and some unexpected maneuver.
Yeah.
So something like, if it would be pawn ending, it would be probably a very clear advantage for white with potential of organizing distant passed pawn. Could be dangerous.
Also in the knight endgame, of course. Yeah.
So since you mentioned the knight endgame, can white just swap the rooks? Or?
Yeah, that's one idea, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we may get. Yeah, this knight ending. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really a bit sad for black. I have some bad experience with such positions because, yeah, black just has to defend. I think it's much more easy to make a mistake here than if you have some counterplay. Yeah.
There was a famous formula of Botvinnik. He said that knight endings are like pawn endings. So here we have this potential distant passed pawn. I little bit disagree with Botvinnik because I think it's much more complicated to win a knight ending.
Yeah, I also heard this, but never found a position where
where
where it's really true. Yeah, because passed pawns are always great. Yeah, I mean, knight endgames pawn, and of course
they are great. Yes,
yeah.
but I would say that black can hold this one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the main difference. Yeah, pawn endgame is just lost. Yeah, this is probably
pawn endgame maybe just lost if you're unlucky.
Yes.
Actually, how would you go on about defending this endgame as black? What are the general ideas? Where should the king go? Where should the knight go? Sort of which piece is in charge of doing what?
Yeah, I guess the king tries to stay on the king side, yeah, to blockade the h-pawn. I mean, there are not so many great ideas to talk about. Just put the king on g7 maybe and put the knight on e4. I guess that's the most active black can do. And probably not take on h5 if it's possible, yeah, just meet h5 with king g7 would be nice.
h5 is not the end of the world, yeah. But
okay, if black has to trade, then I think it's progress for white, but yeah.
Let's maybe make again a few moves on the board so that the viewers can understand what we are talking about.
No, I just wanted, I'm sorry, I wanted to draw attention to the plan f3 g4, which Dmitry was advocating, because I think it is very interesting concept, because it looks like we have almost symmetrical pawn structure, yeah? But with the move g4, white managed to create practically to create a passed pawn, because black can't do anything else. He has to protect, otherwise his pawn on h5 would be fallen. Okay, so this change in the structure is very, very useful for white.
Yeah, that's maybe also why Matthias feels uncomfortable. I know these positions from French exchange usually. There are a lot of examples where white plays the symmetrical structure, puts a knight on f4, and plays a similar plan. So yeah, I don't know. Also for black in these structures, so maybe he has some memories from the other side, and now he has to defend this.
But also in the current position, if we just go back to the current position, Luke has been thinking for a very long time. We've been looking at this plan, but what other plans? What do you think Luke might be? Well,
That's
just as I said,
good question. And he played knight
e2. Yeah, sometimes the reason to think is just that you don't want to blitz the entire game. Yeah. It looks a bit strange if you have 1.5 hours after 40
But it was a long thing, right? I think when we arrived,
Yeah, but it makes sense. I mean, there are not so many concrete lines, but yeah, you just look for a plan how to improve the position.
Also he is so comfortable on the clock, so he can maybe spend a couple of minutes more.
Maybe even some time was spent looking at that knight ending, who knows?
Yeah, just also unpleasant for Matthias, yeah, because he can't really figure out how to defend long term. Yeah, he just has to wait more or less what white wants to do. So it makes sense to take some time. Yeah.
Also, I think that's what that's what he planned in a way, yeah, by playing h4, provoking h5, exchanging dark squared bishops. Now we see the
Yes.
follow-up. Then he has this G4 idea, and he gets already something concrete, the structural advantage.
I wanted to say just before we go back again to Rasmus, we will do one more quick tour of all the words before we let Dimitri go. Can we just go back for 1 second to the night ending, just because we discussed it for quite a long time, but didn't make any,
we did not make
any moves on the board, so let's just...
like this, yeah?
Yeah, so...
Or
no,
knight ending, knight G8.
So first bishop F5, yeah, and then...
I think that was our position, yeah? That's how we got this knight ending.
That was also, yeah, more or less logical, I think.
Take, and we exchange everything, yes.
Okay, white doesn't have to, of course, he can also play with one rook on the board.
Okay, let's say we took with knight now. Yeah. Now it is not so simple, because if we play h5, yeah.
Yeah, I probably even, I mean...
Even G5 could be considered, yeah, but... so what is here? King G7.
Yeah, white really doesn't have a great way to get in there. Yeah, the knight always controls f6, yeah, that's probably the main difference to pawn and game here. White can't really distract the king here and enter with the own king. I mean, yeah, for example, king h6, and then knight goes to d6, and yeah, usually would try to distract the black king and enter with the white king, but yeah, here it's not so simple.
Bring in this thing, but...
Yeah, but here black has some counterplay now.
And now we have to start counterplay, which is tricky, but we can do it, yeah. So that's what also was my point, that knight endings are more tricky. Yeah? At some stage you have to find some knight trick, like knight b5 to be in.
But I mean, even this position, maybe to you guys it's already more or less clear, but I feel that if I were playing...
No, this is not clear.
Not clear,
This looks, yeah...
No, we probably already made some questionable
Yeah, it doesn't look nice to let the king enter to f6,
have
so... Yeah.
suggested, I think, to not like to go king g7.
Yeah, that would be what I would like to do, yeah, it looks a bit more simple. Just... Yeah,
why to take on h5?
Yeah, it just gives squares to the white king, yeah, to enter. After king, yeah. King g7 should be more difficult. Yeah. Okay, but what's the plan of just king f7?
Somehow to... king f7.
Okay, g6 is always
knight
weak.
d3, yes.
Yeah, I also want to activate the knight with knight d6.
True. Yes, and we have
some
position like this, which probably also should be holdable, but...
Yeah, but again, yeah, unpleasant in a different way. Yeah? No, white can play king f4, b3, c4, try to weaken d5 a bit, yeah. And yeah, you can always threaten to enter on e5 later, yeah. So black has to defend still. Yeah, he just has to choose between several different unpleasant positions, yeah.
And we did not, I think we didn't play the most exact way for white, yeah?
Yeah,
we should say we just took on the 8, which doesn't make so much sense here.
Yeah, okay, but it was to discuss the endgame, the possibilities, but we'll see. For now, Matthias is thinking. He still has 39 minutes, but time can go quickly. We're on move 24 for the viewers who cannot see the move numbers, so still 17 moves to make.
Okay, one question maybe. Still, can black just exchange the bishops here? Because we always wanted to play knight f4, bishop f5, and then bishop e2. Immediately. Bishop f5 looks interesting at least.
Oh, I just missed it. We also attacking h4.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure about this position. I wanted to see what's happening there.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Let us see if it is possible.
And rook d5 looks like the move, but...
Knight takes h4.
Yeah, okay, I was a bit scared of rook d7, but yeah, black can apparently just go rook ac8 and defend everything. It isn't time to get rid of this rook, because white would like to get the knight on d5, but yeah, he doesn't have time.
And we're just in time to attack
that's
the
nice,
rook.
Yeah. Okay, this I would like to play with black. I mean, compared to the other positions, here it's not so one-sided.
We can bring some tricky line for some reasons. 95, and if I take some h5,
97, I guess.
97.
Yeah, the some ways to lose some material with white. Yeah. White can also trap the rook on d7 maybe somehow. Yeah. Yeah, at least, but now black's structure is okay, and yeah, if the rook can't stay on the 7th rank, it's okay for black. Yeah. So.
But here there is some
now there's a check.
Because
yeah. Yes. Yeah, you have to be a bit careful.
But if black plays carefully, he has this interesting option. Yeah? So bishop f5 maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, positionally, it just makes sense. Yeah, you just have to see if bishop f5, rook d5 is anything. But yeah, if that's okay, then probably that's. Yeah.
Let us try knight f4 still. Yeah. And now black can.
I mean, I would like to trade
take.
At least, but.
Take.
I thought that would probably be an improvement, but not sure. Yeah, wait, anyway, get g4 and knight f4 again. Yeah, it's not that different. Yeah.
Also, the threat could be knight c5, knight d7,
yes,
or knight
moment,
d7.
I think for Matthias, especially with the time situation, things could be unpleasant. I mean,
yeah, they already are.
They are already unpleasant.
Yes.
It is small advantage, but you need to defend.
Yeah, he has so many choices. Yeah, which position he wants to take. It's always unpleasant, but yeah.
I also have to say, for me, it's once again an instructive. Sometimes I give up on a game too soon. When I saw the opening, I thought this is not going to get too interesting. But no, I think White found a way for sure to always keep a little pressure and always keep asking some questions.
In snooker, they said that shot for nothing. Yeah, or shot. Yeah. There is no risk for white, and a very good possibility.
Exactly.
Yeah, if opponent.
Okay, we will
makes
see.
mistake.
Shall we go back briefly to Rasmus?
Oh yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, I think that's a completely different position now. Yeah,
the position has changed absolutely.
Yeah. No, this is our most interesting game, maybe.
Okay, something happened what you were predicting. Also, the knight on h4 came. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't go knight d4. No, that's not what a6. I didn't really.
But a6, I was condemning it earlier.
I already talked about it.
But it happened. Okay.
That's interesting. I didn't even get the idea, but yeah.
Yeah, what is the idea actually? Why do you allow white to take on b6 without possibility of recapturing with d4?
Yeah, probably what he did in game, to get takes and then get b5, and then the double pawns are not so bad. If white trades, then at least.
But that looks to me very, very strange. Yeah? He wants to play on the queen side. Okay, he wants to play b5, and then he wants to push the knight maybe to a4. But that's very optimistic scenario. Yeah, White indeed started to do something on the king side.
Yeah,
makes sense to activate the bishop to open the diagonal. Makes a lot of sense. B5. Now he has to take, and f4. Yeah. Okay, this looks at least a little bit better for white. Yeah, with pressure.
Yeah. This is, I think, the most you can.
Knight is coming to f5, f line, bishop, going to.
How do you react to f4? My first question is: does white have an immediate threat if we do nothing?
Yeah, probably just knight f5.
Knight
f5
is a good start.
Yes.
And then, of course, we need to maybe to bring some heavy artillery.
So then
queen
the question
f3, queen g3, whatever. Something.
So the follow-up question: what does black do about this knight f5?
Okay, the first suggestion is to bolt, just to try to control the square.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I'm still thinking about a6. I should maybe analyze this position, but this was a bit surprising why he did it. But yeah,
a6 is very, very anti-positional move, but maybe not so bad if you. Or very optimistic move, need really to
I guess that's also. I mean, what we had earlier was, computers often suggest something like this, but yeah, it's just hard to evaluate when it's good. Yeah, it's maybe like this bishop c3 move in the Navarra game. Yeah, I mean sometimes this also just doesn't work. Yeah.
And in this position, how does White ever want to play f5 or never? Should that square always be sort of kept for the knight, and we want the possibility?
I would keep the square for the knight. Yeah? And, basically, we need to open the position somehow.
Yeah.
So the question only how to prepare this opening of the position. Okay, one of the possibilities for the future. I don't know where to put the queen, but to double the rooks would be a good idea. So I need to move the queen and then double the rooks and maybe take on e5 and do something. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, not so easy to see what Black's play is. Yeah, he can't really get d5, I guess. Yeah, I mean, at the moment the knight is hanging.
So something
that's also,
like this. Yeah.
Just in general, White doesn't want to play f5, I guess. Yeah, then d5 is always possible with counterplay, but here, here Black is just pretty passive, I guess.
We can also try to improve my line because in this line I lost the tempo. Yeah, so maybe to push the queen somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I thought about. But yeah, at the moment you have to keep control over b3, maybe. Yeah? That's
not to be surprised by some counter-attack.
Okay, that's why it's not so easy for White to improve. Yeah, would be great if we can just play queen f3 and double on the f file or triple even. But yeah, Black has some idea with queen b3, rook c2.
So if you go back to Fiona's idea, sometimes to play f5, then knight f3 is a move. But this is kind of repetition of the moves. Yeah. Still, I don't like this.
Usually you just do it if you get g4, g5 quickly. Yeah? I mean, the queen moves and Black can maybe play d5 next. So, yeah, I would probably wait with it, but...
something
like on the other hand,
rook e1, I don't know.
I mean, f5 makes sense to get the queen away from b3, then White has more options to improve his own pieces, but yeah.
Okay, we try to put it back. Maybe some better move for White. Yeah?
Actually, your two teammates seem to be under some pressure with the black pieces. Let me ask you one question. If you rather had to play Rasmus's position or Matthias's?
That's not the nicest question, but...
Then he would choose Navarro's position.
No, as we look at this, maybe Rasmus, because at least I struggle to
find such a clear way. Life,
it's just it would just be really sad in Matthias' position. Yeah, I'm also not great at defending these unpleasant endgames, so I think some more pieces at least here. Yeah.
Also, Rasmus, a bit like Matthias, Rasmus might also get eventually into some time trouble because he has just over half an hour left on the clock, but it's only move 17, so 24 moves to make.
Yeah, okay, but for Rasmus it's nothing special.
He's so used to being in time trouble.
Where he, where he wakes up and starts to make really good moves. Yeah.
Should we just quickly revisit Navarro's position?
Sure. No? Let's do it. I think we will revisit Navarra and then we will let Dimitri go to rest for a little bit and he will come back for the business end of the round.
This is finally what we expected, maybe.
Yes.
One of the boards, I didn't manage to suggest a6, but this looks more normal.
It looks almost according to our analysis, yes. Queen e7. Okay, the only what we haven't seen is the move rook e1. We were not so far. And Black decided to immediately attack it.
Okay, but rook e1 is just really useful, just to play f3 probably, because now f5 is not so great anymore. White can always, just, I don't know, maybe take on b6, take on f5, and there's bishop c4 in some lines, or something like this.
Okay, so far Black is not really threatening to take.
Yeah, again, the rook on the e-file is...
For the reasons of,
useful,
maybe
yeah.
more tactical reasons now, yeah? Because now bishop h6 is a threat. And
Yeah, this might
bishop
be a
b6
piece up for white, yeah.
So that explains the move rook e1. It defends the pawn, actually. Knight c5 wants to know if it is handing now. Yes.
Yeah, we're still not sure, yeah, because... Okay, f3 is the most normal move, but
f3.
that gives black some interesting ideas, yeah.
Knight d5, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, now it gets really interesting. Yeah, bishop moves, knight goes to f4. Yeah. Okay, but still looks very pleasant for white, yeah. I mean, the knight on f4 is not doing so much. Yeah.
More solid position now, yeah?
Yeah.
So this was f3. f3, okay, possible move, yeah, f3. Not a bad idea.
Actually, he played bishop f1.
Oh.
He already played bishop f1, okay. Understandably too, yeah, that he doesn't want to give this activity for the opponent.
Okay, I think he just wants to play really slowly. Makes sense, he has the bishop here and yeah, just go f3, queen c2, maybe knight b3 at some point, exchange this knight on c5. I guess that's the plan.
What happens here if something like rook d8 with maybe some ideas, knight d3?
Yeah, I think just queen c2 always, yeah, protect
Queen
e3
c2.
and e4, get out of the pin. And yeah, black can never take on e4. Rook e1 was just a very good move here. Yeah, I think this still loses.
And
piece.
if something happens like bishop a4, we still have to move like knight b3 in many cases.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main ideas anyway, yeah, so this probably helps white, yeah.
So what do we think? They are still with the slight,
I think
slightly more pleasant or slightly better?
that's very, very possible that he has advantage here due to open position and bishop's pair.
Yeah.
So Dimitri, we're going to let you go now. Let me ask you another tough question. What are your predictions for the 3 games today?
I don't know. I mean, it's nice to play with white, apparently. That's what we
That's
saw
not a
for now, but
prediction.
that's true. I just wanted to avoid the question.
That's
but yeah.
conclusion.
Yeah, I guess some white win somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Yeah.
That's a very diplomatic answer. I
Okay,
like
yeah.
that. Okay, well, Dimitri, thank you so much for having dropped by. I think we will let you go, and we will have a short break now. And Dimitri, well, Arthur and I will be back in 10 minutes, and Dimitri will be back with us in around an hour. So don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. Arthur, it was very nice to have Dimitri with us.
Yes.
We let him go to have a little bit of rest, but he will join us again in an hour. Meanwhile, the viewers are stuck with us, and we are going to continue again with this game where we left off, Deák against Navarra.
Yes, there was just a little modification of our analysis. We thought about move queen c2. It looked more natural to us, but for some reasons, Deák played queen b1. Maybe he's still trying to avoid this bishop a4 business. Queen c2 looked more understandable, actually. Nevertheless, maybe he has in mind at some position to play queen b4. So.
Yeah, I think once again it's a move that's just difficult to understand, especially, well, I was going to say for people at home, but also for me, you know, when I look at the rook on a1, and I feel, what is this poor rook? What is the future? Maybe, as you said, maybe queen b4, the queen just wants to get out of the way.
Yes, that's the most logical explanation for me. Yeah, he wants at some moment play queen b4. What does it mean? Maybe nothing serious. Maybe black just keeps increasing the pressure on the central pawn, which most likely he can't take because of tactical reasons, but at least now it looks more and more tricky.
Yes. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, I have to admit I was absolutely wrong. In the first half hour, I thought, oh, today the games will be rather quiet, but suddenly every single game has come to life, and not only that, but also the time is ticking down, since at home on the screen you cannot see the time of the players. Sorry, you cannot see the moves. You can see the time. We're only on move 17 here, so quite a lot of moves to be made still.
Yes, the position is very complicated still. It's probably nice for white. If he wants, he can defend here with f3, for example. Now everything is ready. It's a very nice situation for him. Especially strong is this dark squared bishop. At some moment we may go knight b3 as well. So this is a good chance actually to get initiative and to put the pressure.
Actually, let me ask you, since Dimitri so skillfully avoided my question, I think it also makes sense because I think, you know, they're his colleagues and his friends, so it's more difficult. Let me ask you, with, you know, what are we now? 2 hours and a bit into the games, what are your predictions?
Okay,
so let's open.
Let us
let's start with this one.
Let's start with this one. Yes, there is some chances that Deák would win this game. Yeah? Because I think first of all the position is nice. Okay, he doesn't need to play f3, but also black still has to play rook f8 or some other move. But it doesn't matter so much. I see some potential to bishops with king. Yeah, there is some chances, and more time and little bit better position.
Yes.
So okay, let's say I say Deák wins and you take a draw.
I will take the draw. Yes. I was going to take the draw. Okay, and then next up, let's look at. Well, let's start with actually Mcshane against Blueberm, maybe.
Yes, I think that Matthias defends skillfully. So what happens here in the moves? Yes, he played rook a d8, a useful move, just to connect the rooks. It goes further with the fine move g3. Nobody knows exactly why, but just it is a little bit of tennis play, just to push the ball on the other side and to see what black will do. And only problem. Yeah, defense I think is good, but the clock is not so good. But there are 14 moves. Yeah,
15
left.
for Matthias.
15, yeah, for Matthias. So.
And he just played bishop c8.
He played bishop c8. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Just holds the pressure. Yeah, and okay, he wants to keep preventing this break g4.
So earlier, I mean, all the plans that we were looking at, we looked at everything connected to kingside play. But now I see that the engine is, suggesting this move a4. So is now a good time to start playing on the queen side also?
I think that the engines now became very strong.
Yes, and positionally.
Positionally, yes. and all aspects. Yes, that would be very nice technical move, a4, with idea to create maybe the second weakness somewhere on the queen side. Yes. We don't know what is the first weakness yet. Yeah? Let's say first weakness of Matthias is possibility for white to play g4. But look what Luke is doing. Yeah, he played a4, and that's a big compliment. The suffering is not over for Matthias.
It's far from over. I think there will be even maybe two phases of suffering. The first one until the first time control, which will be possibly. He already made a move. What did he do? Or did he not? No. Sorry. I don't know why.
Oh, no, I'm sorry too. I thought he played a4. Yeah?
He didn't play.
He didn't play. I don't know what happened actually. I thought.
But it had appeared. No, it did. Now it's appearing again.
Okay.
We're having, I think, maybe just some
little bit problem with transmission
but
of the moves.
maybe we can. I don't know if it's possible. Okay, if we look at the camera, I think there is definitely a black pawn. The white pawns is hard to see, but there is definitely a black pawn on a5 on the camera. I think.
Okay,
So I think a4, a5 has been played.
a4, a5 makes sense. What can I say? That Matthias actually is a very good defender, and he can defend also in time trouble. But of course, this is a very special event. You need to, I think, use the white colors from the first round. Yes. That could be decisive for the tournament win. So Luke would be trying hard in this game.
And what do you think are his chances of succeeding?
I should give you white, and I take draw.
I am happy. I'm happy with that. Agreeing with that proposition.
That would be fair.
That would be fair. And then the last one is Elianov against Cosmoswana.
And here we have some interesting development. Two moves were played what we did not appreciate, or we thought about knight d7, and it was knight d7. Yes. Knight d7, I must say, this is ambitious move. Maybe he goes to b6 to a4 in the future.
I would be so worried, I have to say, as black to leave my king so alone.
Yes, it is like friends are leaving, yes, but for no reasons. Yes, it's still too early, yes, but
the party is not over.
Yes, but still he may play knight to e7 later. So the next move also slightly mysterious to me, king h1.
Could it be?
Yeah,
I haven't forgotten about my f5 because I heard what Dimitri was saying. F5 is only possible. Maybe an idea if we can go quickly g4, g5.
That would explain it. Yeah,
I don't know, just to clear the g file prophylactically.
But I would be not happy. If I would be knight on h4, I would be not happy to see the move f5. Yeah?
That's
Just
true.
what is this? Yeah?
That is
I
true.
would say, what is this? Why he took my square? Yeah? Away.
So what is the prophylaxis behind king h1?
I don't know. Honestly,
Too prophylactic.
Very prophylactic, yes. But we should ask maybe Pavel when he will come
will.
to us. What was the point of the move? Yeah.
Yes. We will ask him.
Definitely, he has an idea.
Oh, for
yeah.
sure.
So,
Yes. No, I do not for 1 second think that he is making random.
and Rasmus, he follows his plan. Knight to b6, and. Okay, now it is a very big question. Is it good to follow the plan all the time? Yeah. But it looks
consequent.
Yes, at least. Yeah. So at least. So, what about king h1? What was it helpful? No idea. Yeah. And do we have more moves?
No, Pavel is thinking. No, Pavel is not thinking because he's away from the camera.
We
So
don't
what
see
did
him,
he
yeah?
do? Well, but I can also see that Rasmus's clock is ticking.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we didn't get.
Or maybe he just left and.
No, because
not
Rasmus, I can see that his clock is up.
Okay. We
So-
have a picture of Rasmus, I think, yeah?
Yes.
But we
So-
don't know
No.
what is going on.
Okay, well, I think we're just missing one move. If it doesn't come very soon, we will call our technicians.
Let us analyze.
Yes.
Let us analyze. Let's say Elianov goes to attack.
Yeah.
And let us play a little bit. Rasmus attacks his bishop, knight a4. Makes sense to me. So, Elianov brings the bishop to attacking position. Rasmus, as an active player, goes with knights. Now we already have something. Maybe nothing terrible happened yet. Yeah? But let's say
Maybe let me just see, because here is our technician in the room. Maybe we can find out from Mr. Mark if we're looking at the Elianov game, if he has made a move after knight b6, because on the camera it looks like he has made a move, but we're not seeing the move. So maybe we can find out. If
doesn't matter. We can play this position for Rasmus and
Yes.
Elianov and enjoy it. Yeah, look
That's
look
true.
what is going on. This is absolutely starts to be crazy game. Knight c2 and something totally crazy
Now
is
it's
going on.
getting really messy.
We have a mess, and for some reasons, computer likes this mess after queen g4.
So what, we've given up a rook, but
We give it
We are
Kaprook, but we're
checkmating.
threatening checkmate.
and
That's
queen g6 doesn't work because of knight e7 fork.
exactly.
Very
Yeah. So
nice.
this is some attacking possibilities for white,
Yeah.
which could be understood if you simply bring a lot of pieces to attack. We create some threats, and we already mentioned that some friends they left
bit
the
too
king.
early.
Maybe a bit too early. So did I took Elianov already?
You didn't.
So I would put.
But I will also.
He played something.
So wait, something happened, I think, on my board.
Yes, he
Rook
played
c1.
Rook c1. Oh, Rook c1 is disappointing.
Yes, not what we were hoping
Not
for.
what
And then I take a draw.
I was expecting Elianov go like the poker player would say, all in now and
So do
push.
you still take Pavel, or
Huh?
you still take a Pavel win, or do you change your prediction?
Now I'm changing my prediction. That's too cautious.
Okay, so we are both predicting a draw here.
We are both for draw here now. It was
so-
too cautious. I
Yes.
don't.
So
and
I have Mcshane as the winner of the day, and you have Dirk.
I have Jack. Yes.
So we will see.
And here we tipping on a draw together. But of course the position is very sharp. Only the move was very cautious. He saw the threat knight a4 and he wants to have a1 square for the bishop.
Yes.
Okay, possible. That's actually a move of positional player. Rook c1.
And I have one question just. So if the knight now goes back again to, well, where it came from, if it goes back to b6, how would you defend
protect the
a3?
pawn? That's a very good question. Again, the best way is not to defend anything and just to rush to attack. Something like this, maybe. Before it was winning, now it is for some reasons not immediately wins, but it could be unpleasant. So I would say attack. Yes.
You know, I'm actually. You know what? I will change my prediction if you allow it. I know. I mean, this hasn't happened, but I just think that
you want
from
to
a
take
practical
Pavel.
point of view, yes. With this, okay, both players are getting low on time, but I think I will change. Also, then we have different results everywhere.
Yes,
Oh,
No, it's okay. It is fine. It is fine. So you take Pavel and I take a draw. Yeah?
And to be fair, I mean, our engine at least is indicating a tiniest edge for black. So I'm not changing my prediction based on
engine evaluation.
Yes.
And just
from a human point of view, I just think. Also, I'm an attacking player, so for me it looks nice, so I have to support.
Now, there is some interesting attacking possibilities, which actually Rasmus simply ignoring.
Yes.
That's what makes me worried a little bit.
I mean, also this move that we were talking about, that our engine suggests here, knight f6, in the current position, and sorry, not knight f6, sorry, f6, is a move that...
Now, this is a difficult move,
Yes.
of course, very difficult move. Let us try to understand what is going on at all, because knight f5, and now probably just to try to immediately to exchange. That makes a lot of sense. And later, this possibility at some much better situation. In fact, that's what I wanted to explain. I wanted to explain the move rook c1, although I don't like it, but it shows a very clear positional mind of Pavel. He wants to have this type of situation, to have a1 square for the bishop. And the point is that knight on a4 also, it restricts the bishop, but he is not doing anything. But bishop on a1 at the same time also restricts the knight on a4. But bishop from a1, he works a little bit further in direction to e5. So that's what he wants to play for. That's why this rook c1, to have this situation. Something changed. Different move in the game. At least now we're defending.
The friends are coming back.
The friends are coming back, but we were talking about move f6. F6, why it was a good move, because it was like blocking the bishop. We're building the wall against the bishop, and only after knight f5, knight e7. Rasmus played knight e7 immediately. Very understandable that he doesn't like this move knight e5 and wants to be ready. But now I see that the engine, one of his suggestions is your move f5. So maybe it is time. Finally.
I was waiting for a long time.
Yes, so maybe we need to consider this on the board to see what is going on. Knight probably goes back, and maybe you said at some moment g4, g5.
g1, g5.
And
finally king
h1 makes sense, yes. So maybe Elianov is dreaming about this. Let us put it on the board and try to create something what we understand, let's say g4, and if black is not careful, let's say, I don't know what is the careless move you can make, any let's say, rook c8 is careless, yes, we have g5. That's the
and
idea.
the queen.
And to trap the queen. So
Nice.
it is not pointless. It is not pointless. White has some ideas, and White has a different plan also to play d4. Let us see it as well. To play d4, pawn takes d4, for example, bishop b2, and try to open
I
the
think
line.
it's really, 13 minutes for Rasmus, and we're only on move 19. It's going to be very difficult. Well, Dimitri told us Rasmus is he's excellent on short time, but still it will be a challenge. Shall we check in with the other German player? Quickly check in with the endgame of Matthias Blueberm against Luke Mcshane. And now, well, there is an outside kind of passer, not passer, but an outside pawn, but not on the king side. Earlier we were talking about the h-pawn.
Okay, here we don't have it free pawn because it still holds. Still holds. But what has happened here, in this concrete position, we need to check taking on f5 and taking on h5.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's just first come back a few moves, just see how
how they came. Actually, it was in this position where we were praising both players in a way. Yeah. Luke played b4. Okay, he tries to gain at least some space. Yeah. And in the future, even if he, let's say, puts the pawn on a5, and if his knight will come to c5, then b7 is the object for attack, and then he can also try b4, b5. So he has a play on the queen side. He created a second front on the queen side. Very interesting, and in this situation, Matthias decided to attack the pawn d4 and to offer exchanges of the pieces. The problem of this, that we have this tactical motive, take and take on h5. So so far I simply don't know what is the point. Maybe bishop c2. Yeah.
I'm also very confused because it feels like Matthias shouldn't have missed that. It's quite a simple tactic, but on the other hand, it's also hard to see. So bishop c2.
I'm afraid that you may beat me 3-0 today in the predictions.
Well,
that can happen.
It could happen, but you still have this Deak game that we will get back to. And also, I think the Elianov Swana game, anything can still happen. But this one, if Luke takes on f5, and I would be shocked if he doesn't go for this.
Yes, we have a situation where we saved the pawn with a huge effort, but the bishop is misplaced and still bad. The white knight is very good, and we have here a pretty unpleasant situation.
And
still white has h-pawn. Yes, I just give two more moves to understand or to show the problems. Let's say we can get some kind of ending like this, and then knight goes to d6, and that's not what you want to have. Yeah? The pawns would be nothing, and white would create some passed pawn.
Could we even not? Was knight c8 a possibility or no?
Yeah,
on the last
yes. It is even now a possibility.
Instead of g4 here, just.
Yes, Yes, but you don't need to bother about it. Yeah,
About who cares about pawns?
Yeah,
If
you
we
can
get a new queen.
take it later.
Yes.
So
At your leisure.
yes, so it's really not nice. So what happened?
Luke is still, we see Luke at the board. He is thinking.
That's of course very good moment to think, because it is concrete. You need to calculate it and to see position at the end.
But
evaluate.
I guess you agree with me that you would be surprised also if Luke doesn't take.
Yes, she should take a pawn. Yes. It is so natural.
Maybe one question is, can we do it the other way around? Can we take h5 first?
Let us see. Yeah, that is probably only
what he's thinking about.
What to think about. Yes. So what can be the problem? First of all, we have here some complications. Very tricky. And the rook takes e5, f6. So that's we need to calculate.
Even this line is crazy with bishop c8, take rook, take b7, and again it's hard to understand.
But you have to go deeper
deep,
in this.
And there's no need.
This is one thing, and the second problem, let's say we take first, rook takes. We may be able to take on d4, although it also looks nice for white. And we still have, of course, the same position. What you mentioned is very interesting. Take on c8 and take on b7, but that is already very complicated.
Yes.
Rook b8.
Yes. There is absolutely, especially if white was, in trouble, maybe he could go for something like this, but there is no need.
No need to go for this. So I would think that mainly Luke is concentrating on bishop takes f5, such a natural choice.
And again, he still has so much time on the clock. So I think Luke is the one. I mean, could it be that knight f5 was just, I don't want to say a blunder, but knight f5 was
mistake. That is an interesting theory. So what black should do? Then also not very clear. Maybe even bishop c8 was already a mistake. Maybe we can come back to this position before bishop c8. Why not to try to simplify it with knight move? Maybe still he was afraid of some combination on g6. It was some motive before. So that's what happened. Bishop c8, but bishop c8 turned out to be a move without plan. Just putting the pieces nicely, but taking square from the knight. And Luke is following a clear strategy here. Difficult to defend. It was difficult to defend, and that's what happens sometimes. In difficult situation, you may make mistake under the pressure.
Okay, so we'll come back to this one, but I think Luke, right now, if he takes, is the biggest favorite to start with a win.
Yeah, it looks like a very clear advantage in ending, maybe even winning position in ending.
Yes, and we saw Matthias just get up from the board and walk away, but yeah. We'll see. Luke still has plenty of time, so we'll come back to this one. Shall we go back to Deck?
Of course. That was my try, I think, and now I have to see if I am regretting it or not. I'm still kind of optimistic.
Yeah, one of the things, regardless of the position, I'm very concerned about Navarro's time. 10 minutes, still 23 moves to make.
Even for such a creative player.
Yes.
But let us first show what would happen if black would take the pawn. I guess queen b4 is the idea. And now black can come back. Yeah? And white can use the pin for attack. Yeah, knight b3, b6. Okay, not so simple, but it is just a positional sacrifice.
Yes, but it feels like black's position is hanging by a thread, you know, as they say. It feels like it's very close to collapse.
White is winning the pawn back.
Yes.
We can be sure. Yeah, white is winning this pawn back. Rook c1. So it is so-called poisoned pawn. Yeah, don't take it. Yeah, don't take it.
So the question is, if we don't take it, then what do we do? And I think he did. What did he do? Played rook f8.
He played the move, yeah? Rook f8, okay. No, that is a reasonable move anyway, because, you know, we don't have dark squared bishop, and you wouldn't like to keep all your pieces on the dark squares.
Also protecting the queen, right?
Protecting the queen in this variation was useful, yeah. I'm not sure that we still can take on c3 for tactical reasons, but okay.
Let's see, actually. Let's make a pass move for white. Let king h1.
Oh, yeah. King h1 would be a really strange move. And now queen b4, the same variation. We just want to show it could be already different lines, but my concern was the winning exchange here.
Yes.
Yeah? So it still may be working, yeah, for white, but of course white is not going to pass here.
Yes.
Yeah?
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely. So probably queen b4, because this is somehow consistent with the previous plan. Should we worry about knight d3? This is an interesting question, yeah? Let us see what is going on. Queen takes, rook takes, and now we still have attacking move, or we can just move the rook away, even the whole way. C3 is handing.
What did he? He played a move.
We
Queen
have a
C2.
move, but he played queen c2. Okay.
This queen is moving around a lot.
It's not a bad move. It still holds advantages of the position. I think he just didn't want to commit himself too early, maybe to queen b4. Our queen b4 was like possible. It was logical development of his idea, queen b1.
Yes.
But
So
no harm
now
is done
what?
here. So I think he's keeping in control of the position.
Now what do we do as black? Because I really don't like the look of the knight on a4.
Yes, I think, Luke is still thinking, yes.
Yeah.
So let us maybe consider the first game.
Yes, let's do it.
There is something there, yeah. I already forgot.
f5 appeared.
Your favorite move appeared, so you should be happy. I forgot, did you took Elianov?
I took Elianov, yes.
Yes, but now you don't have a choice, actually.
And now after f5, I would have to change my prediction anyway. Okay, but of course we are joking because the situation changed a bit, but still. So let's see. Let's go back.
And how it happened, first of all. Yes. That's actually after 97 we were thinking about this possibility, and it happened. Yeah, it simply happened. What we were analyzing, and in this moment Pavel is thinking. So we were taking with bishop. Remember, the idea was then later g4, g5.
Yes.
But Elianov is thinking.
No, he just made a move. Actually, we saw him there on the camera.
Then he took also
with the
a bishop.
Yes.
Okay. So I think he also dreaming about this.
This attacking. Yeah, and once again here the time is really ticking down. Now what? So earlier we looked at what? We looked at knight d7.
Knight d7 g4,
Yeah.
but we were just illustrating
Yes.
this possibility.
Okay, so what would make more sense for, or not more sense, but what other options are there?
For black, yeah? Since opponent may be ready to attack, yes, one of the ideas is to play in the center. With d5. Only what I'm not really sure, maybe we are weakening our pawn on e5, but it looks possible move d5 to discourage the activity on the side.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I was wondering, am I discouraged enough or not?
No. Or maybe you should just provoke the opponent.
Yes. Okay, let's put g4 on the board just to see, is it really...
We have a move actually, no? No?
d5, well...
I think we have...
Yeah, d5 was good.
Yes, I think you should also update, maybe.
Yes.
I think we have a move. Yes. d5 happened in the game. Okay.
So...
It will be sharp now. So now
okay,
Pavel,
first, let's see if I... Well, we have another move again.
we have another move already. Bravo. Bravo. No, Pavel is making very interesting maneuver.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, I must say. Much more sense than what we were looking for.
Because now again, the knight wants to go there, not the pawn.
Knight wants to go to g4 to hit the black queen. We said it's actually not the best position for the queen, to be blocking the pawn. Black pawn on f6 would be missing now. Yeah. So the plan is actually knight g4, f6, and to crush the opponent. So the only move that is coming from computer is knight d7. Makes sense because otherwise f6 would be killing. Yeah. Now queen d6 and f6 anyway. That is very scary looking position. I would be very, very afraid here. Knight takes f6, knight takes f6, pawn takes f6, queen g4. Wow. All looks very, very dangerous for black.
But wait, can we go back one more?
Yes. Take
So
the pawn.
yeah.
Take the pawn, why not? Okay, this is a kind of option. Yeah, it's not bad at all, but I wanted also to understand the position of the queen g4, maybe king h7. Do we have here a good move? Yes, we have here some good moves.
Okay, if I try to defend with knight g8, it's not a move that I want to make, but...
Knight g8, that is unexpected. Knight g8. Let us see what is going on. If queen takes d5. Oh, very dangerous, yes? Very dangerous.
Very nice.
Very dangerous situation. Anyway, we came to conclusion that knight h2 is an excellent move of
And
Pavel.
Rasmus found
Knight d7.
knight d7.
This is
and
only move because otherwise it would be too late. So the difficulties came with the move queen f6. No, the difficulties came by playing knight e7, maybe black difficulties, yes. So we were asking him
but
to play
I think
f6.
f6 is a lot to ask for. It's not such a
Not easy
human.
move. No, not easy move. But sometimes it is a good idea to try to play against the bishop, not to let him enter over the diagonal. It was a very difficult move. Knight e7 was very logical move, I must say, and he underestimated your move, f5, obviously. But look,
you're praising me too much now because I wanted to play f5 about 2 hours ago.
True, but
That's the idea.
But also he developed the idea. Yeah, he also had the time to think about it, and he developed it very nicely. Yeah, with taking with bishop and then playing knight h2. Okay, this is something. Yeah. We have more moves. After knight h2, knight d7 was played. Knight g4 came.
And
queen h4. And that was everything quickly, because actually Rasmus doesn't have much time. He has only 7.5 minutes and 16 moves to make, and under the pressure.
Yeah.
Under very serious pressure.
And this is, I mean, even objectively speaking, the position, I don't know if it's lost for black, but I see
it is difficult
it's
position.
Very difficult, yeah.
One idea for white would be just to try to profit from this exposed position of the queen. If you remember, we were putting it on d6, a little bit more modest, but of course Rasmus wants also to protect the pawn. Yeah? But what is he going to do after king h2 with idea g3? And if queen h5, then knight takes h6. Yeah. So that is a threat. Let us show it. Show this variation. So somehow we are good in losing the position quickly.
Yeah, and with the queen falling, very nice.
Yes. So here it is actually a very challenging moment.
Yeah.
After king h2, if Elianov
and king
would push.
h2 looks kind of natural, no?
It looks natural, and I know exactly that the player who would do it without thinking. It is Karpov, I guess.
Karpov, yes.
Pavel is thinking.
Pavel is thinking, that's true. Okay, so we will see. Let's come back, but yeah, it's looking tough here.
Maybe he also sees the defense, yeah. Let's say something like knight f6 and knight takes g4. That's why he is thinking.
Yes.
Not for any other.
But even this, I mean, after knight f6, e5 is hanging, right?
True, I did it too quickly. Knight takes e5, pawn takes e4. This is very sharp now, yeah? Rook f4, where is this piece is going? Queen h5. Now this is very interesting, very, very interesting.
Yes.
You know, I'm afraid that with my drawing prediction, I'm totally on the wrong track.
But
here.
I think we were both. I mean, I also at first thought about the draw, but I think a position that was so much life and so little time, and I think it's just so much easier to play for white.
Mm-hmm. But also Elianov is doing it very well.
Very well, yeah.
We should
for sure
compliment him for finding all this difficult regrouping, knight h2, knight g4.
Artur, you know what I think we're going to do? We are going to have just a very quick look at the other two games to see what's going on, and then we will take a short break and get ready for Dimitri to join us again soon.
That's a great idea. Hopefully he will bring a lot of new ideas with him. So, what do we have? Oh, look at this. This is very interesting. Yeah, what Navarre is doing. So after queen c2, let us show our viewers what happened. After queen c2, Navarre plays it as if it is, let's say, French defense.
Yes.
trying to exchange one of the bishops and to get the control over the square d3. Yeah? So this is one of his ideas with a6. But here it went even further. Yeah? He still plays bishop b5. So he is ready to sacrifice and exchange. Yeah? Let us see a little bit closer. Probably hoping to use
sacrifice the pawn, yeah?
d3. He sacrificed the pawn. I'm sorry, I said exchange. Exchange.
I was looking, is there some exchange?
No. I'm sorry. I was thinking. I was telling one thing and was thinking about white probably sacrificing exchange. For the second, also actually tempting because now bishop takes a4 is a threat. So I was like in between two lines.
The mind and the hand in different places.
Totally different places, yes. So that is one position which is possible with some compensation for the pawn, but some compensation. Yeah? Why black has some compensation? First of all, good squares for the knights. Yeah, a little bit damaged pawn structure, but that's it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. So actually, bishop b5 is the move that shows us that Navarra perfectly well aware of the dangerous situation, and he tries to really to make the less pressure. Yeah.
I think this one will be very, very interesting. Let's just very quickly go to Luke, but I think Luke has gone down exactly the line that we were talking about.
Oh, it goes exactly towards our line. It happens here after bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5, knight h5, exchange, bishop c2, knight f6, bishop a4, g4. All these moves
we all had on the board earlier.
Played by Luke, and the position is extremely difficult for Matthias.
Yes. Yeah, so currently the two German players really struggling with the black pieces, but of course anything can still happen. So we will take a very quick break now. We will be back in 10 minutes, joined by Dmitry Kollars once again, and don't go anywhere because the time scramble has just started. The players are getting low on the clock. We'll see you very soon. Hello and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. We are back and we're delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Dimitri Kollars. In case you were not here earlier, Dimitri is the 7th participant in the field of the Grand Prix. He got a rest day today. He will be in action tomorrow. Dimitri, you were gone for an hour. I guess you had a look at the games a little bit.
A little bit.
Just before we jump into them, what are your thoughts on what you saw?
Yeah, okay, I think last thing I said that it's good to be white, yeah. Now it's maybe great to be white, yeah. So, yeah, the trend maybe continued, yeah.
Yeah, so, well, Arthur, let's jump back into the game and start with this game, Elianov against Swana, which actually I believe we had this is exact position.
Exact position, which we were analyzing a little bit, and we were expecting queen h5, actually. Yeah, and
maybe let's just still go back a few moves just in case someone joined us in the break.
Yes,
I also missed something. So
there was a very good play of Elianov.
Yeah, knight h2 was really strong. Yeah. G4, yes. Yeah, maybe this was a bit underestimated. Yeah.
Followed by another unpleasant move, king h2. I'm sorry, threatening g3.
Yeah, that's really strong. Yeah.
And
so he has to give a pawn already, maybe.
Had to go for this variation, which looks very tough. After rook f4, we see that Elianov now calculating. Swana goes to g5, to h5, to h5.
H5, yeah.
Yes.
To go to h5, which looks more sane, yeah, not to go to the diagonal.
Yeah.
With the bishop.
And at least he provokes g4. Yeah, maybe that's a good thing to weaken the king a bit. Maybe some chances later, but yeah.
Looks like Elianov was ready to play, and he played g4 actually.
Yeah, he just wants to grab the pawn. Yeah, makes sense.
So queen h4. That was the end of our analysis, and white wins a pawn.
Yeah, maybe it's also not so easy to continue the analysis. Yeah, it's pretty healthy pawn. Yeah, the queen on h4 is of course out of play. Okay, at least knight f3 is not a threat yet, but
fortunately.
Yeah, otherwise it would be really bad news. But
so maybe knight c6,
like this is possible, yeah.
Because otherwise it would be too late. Or maybe too late if I place bishop e3.
Yeah, queen e2, bishop e3, then we might regret it. Yeah, we have to exchange this knight, but yeah. And now, I think in the other game I said that this pawn majority is hard to push, but here it's already
here it is easy, all the way, easy to push.
Yeah,
easy to push. We do it. And now, okay, some move. Yeah,
looks good.
Rook f3, maybe rook f1. Yeah, some reasonable moves.
Okay, that's the lowest h5. Yeah, maybe.
That's the point. Yeah, of black's play. Yeah, okay. So then we take it back.
Yeah,
we go maybe rook f1. Yeah?
Yes.
More careful. But this is still a tough position, yeah? So, of course, white won a pawn, but because of g4, our king is weak.
Can I still sometimes go h5 anyway?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to.
Yes, you have to do everything to disturb.
Yeah, not just do anything. Yeah, that's also not so easy, yeah. Yeah, but here... Okay, maybe white just can go g5, yeah. After h5, yeah, first queen f3, just move out of the d file.
Okay, more or less, it's actually probably was already played, yeah? Something what was played, d takes c4, yes. So we are a little bit far, went a little bit far, but there is no clear threats of black, and so we can just assess.
h5 we can even take, I think, and open the g file, yeah.
And so white is better, but technical phase is still a little bit challenging because of the king.
Yeah, I think we can also start jumping around more quickly because the times are ticking down in every game. So just for our viewers, if you can see the move number on the screen, this is move 29, so still 11 minutes to go here for the players, and then we can move on to Jack.
So let's go to Jack, yes. Here we left it a little bit before.
Navarro also in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Little bit early. Here, what was decided to play c4.
Yes.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah, he wants to keep both bishops, and more complicated position because black is.
Yeah, the knight on a4 is stuck also. Yeah, just yeah.
Black is in heavy time trouble. Yeah, so he keeps pressure. Yeah, okay, it doesn't make so much point to criticize maybe some of the moves there. Maybe not perfect, but definitely very reasonable. And now,
I mean, we're saying both players actually, like this is gonna be really, really.
Yeah, but this is what we should have expected. Maybe I should have said this in the beginning. I think they are both always they like to think. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, Dirk is also known as a very good blitz player. So and
but what I think here, because what you said, knight on a4 is not in the game. Yeah, so that is a kind of serious advantage for white in the sense that the strategy is clear. We try to attack on the king
just
side.
ignore the queen side. Yeah,
ignoring the queen side, and here we would have one more piece. Yeah,
and that's more or less he's gonna
e5 happened, right? Yeah,
that's what he's doing.
Exactly the plan. Yeah.
Exactly. So he has much easier game in a way. Yeah,
yeah, for black it's not the greatest position in time trouble. Yeah.
And David has played queen g5.
Which probably almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, probably just to make a move, where it can kick the queen away with h4, yeah.
Yes, h4 is good.
What's the plan? Do we just want to push all the pawns, or...?
Somehow the basic plan, we want to open the game on the king side and use an extra piece there, and let this knight on e4. This is a basic. Now, how to play concretely, this is a good question. Maybe h4, because pawn is handing.
Yeah.
And I think he's reaching for the h-pawn. On the camera it was clear. I think it's like he did this typical
move.
There he goes, I think.
Yes.
So to resist. Yeah. Okay, maybe he doesn't want to push every pawn. Yeah, probably the pawn on f3 stays here because just to restrict the bishop on b7. Yeah.
But look how calm, in a sense, Dirk is, that he just stand up and.
But I think it's not so. I also thought so at first, but I've seen him before in some, and he basically gets up almost after every move, but it's not, like calm. He's just pacing close to the board.
Yeah, excited.
You should go far away because David should answer quickly. Actually, what to do? To
Where
come
do we
back?
even put the queen?
Somewhere that almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, it came from e7, right?
So maybe it may go
I don't
back
see a better.
Surely you cannot go back, no? Can I go to h6, or the queen is completely offside there?
That it's hardly better position. Yeah. So I don't know what to do. The queen e7, as you said, maybe the most serious.
I was just thinking, on f4 I just get trapped immediately with g3, yeah? Oh no, I can still go to h6, but okay.
You still had a square, but I don't think it was a good position. Okay, you provoke g3 and
which is probably useful, because now you can go bishop g2 and then f4, then the bishop on b7 is no problem.
He has actually gone to h6.
And then the knight on a4 is out of play and the queen. That's maybe not the best
so he went to h6 immediately, which is...
okay.
Actually, it gives an opportunity.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget this knight.
To just attack the knight.
Yeah.
And take material. So not the most intelligent way to play.
I think, Arthur, that you will not lose 3-0. After you left Dimitri, I said I understood that Dimitri, it's a tough question to ask him for predictions. So Arthur and I did a round of predictions.
Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't have said one white win. Yeah, I should have been a bit more. more direct. Yeah.
Well, Arthur also took only one win, white, I think.
Yeah,
Yes,
But
I
it's
took
a good
I
one.
took Diak, yes.
okay, that's perfect.
Yes.
Maybe.
So he still has good chances here
Yes.
to win this position. Maybe we switch to
Yeah, let's have a
to
look at
the end
Mcshane
game.
against Blueberm.
That was interesting because I was also thinking that he would probably just put the pawn on g5.
Yeah. So let's go back a few moves.
So that was a position.
Did you see this
Yeah, this-
mistake?
Yeah, he allowed him to take on h5, and in this position with the knight appeared on f6.
But do you think it was a blind spot, or do you think he was aiming for this?
Yeah, the position was just very unpleasant, I guess. Yeah, just see bad options, and then, yeah, it's hard to choose.
Maybe we can just show it
So
1 second after this moment with when
With
he allowed.
h5,
Yeah.
when he allowed to take.
Yeah. So just for anyone
It
who's
looks
trying-
like a straightforward mistake, yeah?
Yeah,
Anyway, yeah, because
yeah, he
it's-
just has to wait, or yeah, he can't do much. Yeah.
Yes.
But bishop f5 is possible, yeah, instead of knight f5, because he can, yeah, because d4 is always hanging here, so maybe that was possible.
Yeah, so maybe a blind spot, maybe just, but yeah, this is where it went wrong, and so we saw the next few moves.
No, this is, it was position where you don't have a plan. Yeah, that's always difficult.
Yeah,
You need just to hold it somehow.
Yes.
Last week, I think Kamsky won a game exactly like this with a knight on f6 against the light squared bishop in the Bundesliga for our team. So maybe
both?
Matthias also remembers this. But
You both play for Deutschland.
yeah, and Matthias also. So,
Ah.
but yeah, it's not the best memory for him maybe now.
Yes.
So we have here very good play of Luke, yeah, in this
Yeah, he
game.
played more or less perfectly.
Very clever. Now he played g5, bishop c4.
Yeah, like just doesn't have moves. Yeah.
Oh, before he was like preparing c5. Yes, so what was wrong with it under these circumstances?
Actually, he's just gone for it in the game.
In the game, but putting bishop
Yeah.
on c4 first.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, it is so easy to criticize any move, yeah, but bishop c4 he played, and now after f4 he played c5. Because probably realizing that to wait doesn't make any sense,
Yeah.
white would play f5
Play
and then
c5 at some point. Yeah.
yeah, so he should do something. Position is otherwise lost. Yeah, so he played c5.
Yeah, I guess it was important to cover the c6 square with the bishop. Yeah, that's probably the difference. And
So we take.
Yeah, I think
yeah,
just
we
take
take
twice, yeah.
twice and see what is going on. So what the counterplay would be? Yeah.
I would
so,
like to activate the rook somehow, but
Rook
just
E8,
doesn't
yeah.
have time, I guess. Yeah.
okay. We
I guess
we
the c
try
pawn is running.
everything, and c6 is running.
Yeah. Looks a bit
The
unpleasant.
tragedy, because if you put rook active, then checkmate is threatening.
Yes.
Rook e8. I am afraid the game would be finished quickly. What do you think?
Yeah, probably c5 immediately was the last chance. Yeah, just to. I'm not sure how this helps, but yeah, you can put the bishop on c6, maybe play d4.
At least the pawn is stopped, and
Yes.
there is some counterplay.
And you're not getting mated. Yeah, e8 is also covered at least. Yeah, so maybe some more chances there.
And
No,
here Luke sees, of course, the perfect opportunity to score. It is actually 40 moves,
Yeah.
so we may switch to other games.
I
Yeah,
think
even as
so.
time, yeah,
Yeah.
that's not good news. Okay.
Very bad news, and Matthias has to make an last move, which still has some seconds, but what move it could be?
Yeah.
I think let's go back maybe to Dirk, or which game do you want to go back to?
Diak is good. Yeah, Diak is good.
Let's quickly check in. Both players, 1 minute on the clock, still
Oh.
13 moves.
Oh, we have such a excitement, yeah? Bishop c8, what a mysterious move.
Yeah.
And
White didn't even want this knight on a4 here. He thought it's so bad he doesn't have to take it.
No,
I mean, yeah, just play
no,
rook
we
d1.
just played some move. And
Yeah. Okay, maybe, yeah.
But what is going on? Why he's not making
No,
move?
so we need to, we need to switch the camera to Dirk. I was wondering, why is he not at the board? So we're still looking at Blueberm.
Okay, I hope he's on the board with
camera.
1 minute. Now he made a move,
So we
I
need
guess.
to, yeah. We'll
He
just
played bishop
switch
g3,
to-
which is complicated in time trouble. Yeah?
Okay.
But even Dirk is not at the board. So today.
Again.
He's still
He's walking
walking.
there.
Yeah?
He's walking. I thought it was. But it always makes you nervous because he's basically playing on incremental 30
Yeah, I would be way too
seconds.
nervous to walk around with 1 minute, but
And I think he cannot somehow.
yeah, but maybe
sit
he's too
still.
nervous to sit on the board. Yeah. Yeah.
I can never imagine. I mean, we see he has 1 minute and 1 second. It means he made his move with like 31 seconds and then.
Yeah,
Get
yeah,
up.
but I think I also saw him make
Yes.
moves with 1 second, so
Yeah.
it's nothing special for him. Yeah, okay, probably both are more or less shuffling around here to get some time. I mean,
But that was really strange to watch, yeah, that I saw calm people, but with 1 minute to walk around.
Yeah, and look at Navarro. He's twitching in his chair also 20 seconds now. What's he gonna make? He made, I think, rook d8. Yeah.
Almost doesn't matter, yeah, just any move, yeah. Then,
yeah, I think both sides just wait probably now. But on the other hand, now it could go e6. I'm not sure if he wants to with 1 minute to change the position, but
But also, it's a long time to wait. We only on move 28.
yeah.
So what's the move you were saying?
Yeah, e6
E6,
maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, probably doesn't want to change the position now in time trouble because it's so good, but okay, if you have the chance, I mean, it looks
Would
very
be
interesting.
practical maybe just to repeat the position.
Yeah,
It
that's
would
probably
be-
what you will do, yeah, and maybe what you should do, but yeah.
So everything is possible. Now he has only seconds.
Yeah, this is,
That's fascinating.
Yeah, 10
To
seconds
watch,
on
yeah.
the clock now for Dirk, and
And
he's done
e6, he went for
yeah.
e6. Oh God. That's amazing development.
Okay, so e6, how do we deal with...
Now the point is c7 is
Yeah.
handing, yes, and many variations white simply takes on c7.
yeah, and he gets this bishop, c8 bishop, yeah, because black can never take with a knight. Yeah. Yeah, probably that was a good idea, not just to move around, to, yeah.
Okay, at least he has the next move, most likely bishop takes c7. In online chess you would make free move, yes.
Okay, a bit risky here, but yeah, maybe I wouldn't, but yeah.
In fact, he
Yeah.
hasn't even played instantly.
No,
I'm
no,
still
he's still
thinking.
thinking, but bishop c7 seems to be a safe choice, yeah?
Yes,
can
I think we can do
almost
this,
do
yeah.
it pre-move here.
Yes.
What is he thinking about? No, no, there he goes.
Pre-move of
Not sure, he always goes
Navarro
down
would be
to
rook
10 seconds. Yeah,
d7.
this is a bit too exciting for me. At least today I'm only commentating. But yeah. Did he take with a pawn on e6 or?
I think he would go back.
Ah, he took with the pawn, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
this
it's
is.
He took with pawn on e6. Why? Nobody knows.
Yeah,
but
not sure. Now it looks
maybe to avoid some pre-move of the opponent. But
still bishop c7. Yeah, didn't matter.
just unexpected. I would. Oh, bishop g3 was played. It's actually very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in,
Yeah,
need
now
to
even
protect
maybe
it.
knight c6, knight e5 ideas, and okay, still
But
a knight on
what
e4,
I'm
yeah.
still nervous that Diak is walking now around with 40 seconds.
Ah, okay. Okay, at least not too far from the board. Yeah, he will have time to make a move at least. But
Would it make you nervous also as the opponent?
I'm nervous now. Just-
Even as a commentator?
even as a commentator. If I would be facing this with my opponent, I don't know what I would be doing.
David, 10 seconds now.
We can't leave it. We can't leave it. It's, and he played e5. Okay. I think he can't lose anything. He can attack now. Yeah.
Yeah. Now maybe it's easier to play for him. Yeah, there's nothing that
yes.
could go wrong for black anymore.
No. What could go wrong already went wrong. So he takes it would probably.
Yeah, that's the idea, I guess.
Yeah, or maybe pin. Yeah,
but then the bishop comes back. Yeah, I think he just wants to get the pawn. But yeah. Okay, apparently bishop g3 is... bishop g3, bishop h4 is a really nice tactic, yeah. This was probably missed, yeah, but hard to see.
Bishop what?
Bishop g3, and after queen d8 you have bishop h4, yeah. And
he took the pawn on e5 already, yes, and if queen h4 then bishop g3. But maybe would be rook e7, because it is less obvious move.
Yeah, if you see this trick, then you have to try this, yeah.
On the other hand, bishop g3 is kind of also possible here than keeping the pawn. No, he took on h4, and now bishop g3 we expect.
Okay, now it's interesting if he will spot this. I mean, sometimes with half a minute you don't think about such
tricks. Let's just show
tricks,
it on the board because it's so nice. So Dimitri was saying if queen d8.
We put the whole variation.
And bishop h4 is, yeah, some of the rooks are not really well placed.
But that is almost like a study. Like
I've never seen this.
Moving
this
behind.
motive,
He found bishop g3.
Well, probably, yeah. Then he will also see bishop h4. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, now he can't be stopped. Yeah.
And this will be a beautiful finish to the game.
Yes.
Very unusual tactics, yes. Very unusual tactics. Following the queen.
I think he won. Probably
I think he won, yeah.
So okay, we'll at least wait for bishop h4.
I will lose to you, but not 3-0.
Well, we'll see about the other two games still. Because I took the other two whites.
You had 3-0? No, you had
I took Elianov.
Bishop h4. Bishop
also
h4.
a good choice, but yeah. Okay, that's really strong. Yeah.
I like David, but I think it was.
Yeah,
I think it was.
I mean, what a beautiful finish by Deak, really.
Yeah. Yeah, e6 was a really good decision.
He may resign. Yeah, he may resign. Or?
Yeah, now there's not so much to do. Yeah, just loses material.
But on the other hand, with 30 seconds, he would probably make a couple of moves anyway, yeah?
Yeah, I think normally everybody plays till move 40 and then you look at the position and resign.
The ruins of your position.
Yeah, this is what I...
implied.
So, yeah.
Let's say rook takes e1, pre-move, yeah? Bishop takes d8, rook takes d1, queen takes d1, rook takes d8. That probably happened.
Not a fortress, but yeah.
That's actually happened, and that happened in the game too. Yeah?
Okay, you still have to make good moves. It's not. Yeah, I think black shouldn't resign at least.
Yes, but now white has 1 minute and only 4 moves.
Can we very quickly? I was wondering, is the game Elianov against Swana?
You want to switch to Elianov? Yes. Okay, it should be winning.
Probably a knight on a4 won't move.
Should be winning. So. Let's move to Rasmus and Elianov because some excitement also there. You know? We were talking about difficulties, technical difficulties in the position after something like this. Yeah.
Sorry, Pavel spent all his time. Didn't he have?
He's also under one. Everybody is under 1 minute. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, this is not much time. Yeah.
And he also went e6. Yeah.
E6.
in time trouble. That's bold, but.
But now a little bit mysterious move king g2, which...
okay, just goes out of the check, but yeah, maybe not clear why.
Well, that's probably the explanation, going away from check.
Yeah. But the check didn't really matter, yeah? White anyway after fe6 always wants to go f6, I guess.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes. So we can put it on the board, yeah? If f6, then f6. That's weakening the king's position.
The 2 weaken,
But black took on b2, which gives him another 30 seconds on the clock.
So 4 moves, well, 4 moves to make for Rasmus. 3
And,
moves for
and
Pavel.
still the same
even
problem.
without the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, the same
Still.
problem still, because it is very pleasant
And
position.
now King G2 is also great, yeah. No Queen F7 anymore. maybe it was a good idea after all.
It happened.
He
It
took on
happened.
E6, wow.
You took on E6 and F6 happened.
Oh wow. Okay, this is hard to survive now, but yeah, okay, he can go.
What was his idea?
Yeah, I think just to go as the Queen F7. Yeah, I thought.
Immediately Queen
Yeah, otherwise I don't know. F7 is threatened, and if he takes Rook F6, then too many threats.
And if you take then Queen G7,
Yeah, that's an improvement.
That's a better version of the position. Okay, that is understandable. That's actually what happened. Yeah,
Yes.
Rasmus played Queen. He looks 100% calm. To me,
Yeah. Position
But
is great. He
general-
looks happy. But
In general, he's extremely calm, no?
yeah, I think he doesn't show it there.
Yeah.
It's nice to have
But it's
such people in the
yes.
team. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're also
Unfortunately, I'm not so calm, but yeah.
But you're saying also he's very experienced in these.
Yeah. He likes to be
Sure.
to be under 1 minute, I think. Yeah. That's not the problem here, but yeah, but he has some defensive chances. Yeah.
There are only
It's a
2
simpler
moves
fight.
for Elianov to find 2 moves. Yes, and
Okay, 38. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's also hard to make a mistake here with white. So
But what would you play now?
yeah, I think Queen C3 is very natural. Yeah, just attacking C6 and
very nice move.
yeah. And
20 seconds for Pavel.
That is not such a simple
he's
move.
gone
Huh?
Queen
He
C3.
found it. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think it's just natural, yeah. Because probably Black just has to defend passively, no Rook C8, yeah, and then yeah, he's a bit stuck.
I think that what Elianov sees, that the pawn ending is winning, yes?
Yeah,
The pawn
Now we
ending
have
is
a-
winning because
passed
of the
pawn, that's really
distant passed
strong,
pawn.
yeah.
Yes, and white has here, okay, it doesn't matter how we do it. White will organize a distant passed pawn and wins
Yeah.
this pawn.
This would maybe also be winning with knights on the board, yeah. That's so good.
So that explains the point behind Queen
Right,
C3.
yeah, can't go Rook F8, yeah, that's important, yeah.
What
Something
did he
happened?
play? Yeah. E5.
The move of Navarra in a similar
But can't you
position.
just take all the pawns? Wow, Fg7, Queen D5 is this idea probably, and then Black is really active, yeah.
To pin. Yeah,
Yeah.
so this is a
Okay, this would change things.
very nice, very tricky defending.
Yeah, he finds a lot of resources always, yeah.
This is the last move before the time control now, so
Is it? No, we have one move.
yeah, the
now.
yeah.
But he should take on C6.
Yeah. But E5 was a
Yeah, he
good
Was a
try, yeah.
Good try.
Yeah, now he can at least go E4, yeah, that looks like counterplay.
But now 40 moves and okay, white can calculate a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's easy now for Elianov to see what is going on. He played.
Okay, he just has probably to avoid Rook E3, I guess that's too passive him. Just, yeah, he has to see that the E-pawn is not running.
True, because if, let's say, if pawn is running, we take
Yeah.
and
everything
some
is
crazy
hanging,
check, but then no more checks and rook is handing,
yeah.
and that's it.
I guess
think
Queen H6
I
is even
think
bigger
that
threat.
Elianov is almost there. Maybe we should revisit quickly.
Let's see if
Deac.
Deac is even still going on. So we'll go back to Deac against Navarra. Maybe we can get the camera on the overview of the playing hall to see if everyone is still there, even if all the games are still
I
going.
have Bogdan is still on the board. Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah. Okay, and also I was wrong. Yeah, the knight on a4 it disappeared at least. Doesn't really help, but yeah. Okay.
Yes, we can check how it happened, but it still looks very positive.
Yeah. The queen just got in. Yeah, that's.
We remember this moment, bishop h4. So it was black took d1. Yeah, that was a position.
And queen a1 even. Yeah.
Queen a1. Okay, can be done to unpin.
Looks beautiful, but.
It's actually not a bad technical move.
Yeah, just to get to f6 or e5, yeah.
Again, that was not really necessary, but not bad. Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah.
And now we have this position.
Yeah, the pawns are just too weak on the queen side there. Black just can't do a lot about it.
And queen c7. So I guess that Diak already calculated some moves, and now he just wants to prove his variation.
Okay,
yes.
The clock is on 0. That would be move 41. Yeah. Okay, then yeah, there's nothing to worry about. Yeah. Yeah. Black can't really coordinate the pieces. Yeah, just take on b6 and take on c5, and then yeah.
Okay, let's say black takes. Check.
Yeah, I think the a pawn is just lost. Yeah. Because bishop e5 always a4, yeah.
And now a4.
Yeah.
A big tragedy for black, that there is no...
Yeah, the diagonal is a bit short,
yeah.
Okay, it wouldn't be so easy if you could keep the bishop on e2 and the rook on e6 or something, yeah, but the rook is just too far away.
So let us try to improve it a little bit, take with bishop.
That's a try. Yeah, maybe king h2 is not so accurate now, yeah. But, okay.
Because we have queen c2, something like this, yeah? That should be very easy.
Yeah, looks pretty winning, yeah. Yeah.
What about...
The end game. Mcshane against Blueberm. But it looks like
okay,
three white wins are coming, no?
Yeah, coming soon also, yeah.
Yeah.
Notice, yeah. Okay, Rasmus is fighting, but the other ones are...
But now, what can he do? Yeah, after king.
Yeah, this is what we had. Yeah.
We had this position, yes, and what happens?
Yeah, now we didn't know what to suggest.
Some move, yeah, what threatens checkmate.
Yeah, you will have to give up the d4 pawn, but that's a bit too much probably.
Okay, d4 pawn sacrificed, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe the idea after king c1, bishop e6, rook d4 to play rook a5. Yeah, that is a
but
chance.
He's still in the mating net, unfortunately. Yeah? The pawn on c5 is a problem.
Very unpleasant
yeah, rook
thing.
d4, rook d8 is...
very unpleasant thing, yes, I missed
annoying.
it.
Yeah.
I missed it because of the checkmate.
Yeah, normally the king runs out, but not here, yeah.
Yes, you have to put it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, there's just no defense. Yeah.
Very bad luck. But okay, he can try to defend like this. Definitely not a good position.
Yeah, maybe it's still not.
Still
so
some to make some moves. So white may.
Okay, but putting the rook on e5 looks good then. Yeah.
White may think about some small improvement if it is better, to have h5.
Yeah, also looks convincing. Yeah.
Yes. Rook a5, we can maybe even finish the job.
Yeah, maybe the h-pawn is just unstoppable. No, black is completely stuck, yeah. You can bring the rook to h8, knight g8 is a threat, but no more moves now.
No, that would be a very sad situation.
It already is, yeah, because king f8, rook d8, and then rook g8 is mate in the end. That's really a bit unfortunate.
And this is for children. Don't promote to the rook here.
Don't.
Put the queen.
I thought that's okay.
I also thought he was
I'm
going
not
to
sure.
say it.
Rook looks nice, but yeah.
Respect your opponent.
Okay, maybe, yeah. Anyway, it won't get this far, but yeah.
He will never forgive you if you win refund the promotion.
Okay, but if he gives you a chance, I mean, if he plays until here, then
I think a rook would
can
be
take a
more
rook, yeah, why
poetic
not?
justice in a way.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there are worse things, a lot of worse things we can do to disrespect our opponents. But yeah.
You played it? No, he didn't.
No, this is, I'm sorry, this is our position. True. Bishop e6 was played, yes?
Should be 6, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so he clearly thinks about f5, yeah, otherwise he would have just taken on
He's
d4 already.
thinking
Yeah.
about it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, rook d4 also looks like a pretty clear win, but because he can play rook e4, rook e5 then, and then f5, same idea, yeah, probably. But
Yeah, it would be also
immediately-
winning position, true, but
Yeah, f5 was
let us
just
see.
most convincing.
Okay, so this one looks, especially I guess if Luke plays f5, looks just over, well, might be over anyway. Then, should we have a quick look back at Rasmus?
Yeah, I think that's the game where we can still talk about some moves, yeah. Yeah,
And
this is
something happened
not clear
here.
at all.
We have a move. Yeah, we thought about rook f5 here,
And he
actually.
did it, yeah.
And we analyzed the position after some obvious checks, yeah, or whatever. Yeah, so rook f5 here looks to be a possibility, but definitely not the only move. Which
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
rook f1 has the same idea, e3 is still
Can-
not possible, yeah.
yes, and e3 is losing to pawn takes g7.
And okay, after e2, just rook f7, yeah. And queen e8 and rook f8 is nice, yeah. That's a good
Yes,
finish, yeah.
We finish it
That's also
in a
winning pawn
technical
endgame.
way by going to pawn ending
Yeah.
and put the queen.
Not the knight.
Not the bishop, as
Is this winning
Some-
without the pawns on the king's side? Okay, really not the most important question, but probably after
question,
king. Yeah, at
nonetheless.
least the question. Yeah, yeah, maybe king f2 is some opposition, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, but yeah, he can't go e3. But there might be some defense yeah, after rook f1 still. He can try rook e6 there.
I'm sorry.
Maybe not
yes.
here, but yeah. Moves
We
back.
come back. Yeah.
By the way,
rook
I
e6.
think we should switch just the camera view to the the overview of the playing hall, because I think we'll very soon see a handshake. I think Navarro,
At least one handshake, yeah,
did
somewhere.
you just resign?
You want to get a handshake.
Yeah, I see something, no? I thought for a second that Navarro had resigned because Dirk just took on B6.
Yeah, this actually very close to resignation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially Navarro is someone who in general resigns quite early. Not too early, but
He would be not a bad one, but maybe he has an idea. Maybe let us check a look, check the position.
sure.
Let's have a look at it.
Then we can zoom
So
in
just
also on the
just
players.
to see what is going on.
Yeah. So there
Queen b6, bishop takes c4. Let us say he wants to take on f1, and now take on a2. Yes,
Isn't he losing some?
that's
Yeah,
that's
some
a big
material. I think
question.
the queen is a bit too.
That's a big question.
yeah. Queen a6 is really
Queen
unpleasant. Yeah.
and Queen a6 double attack.
Yeah, because rook a1 is
So
really
rook
helping, and
f2,
rook
Queen
f2.
a7, and rook a1 is depressing.
Yeah, you don't even have to
maybe
pick up the
Queen
pieces,
a3
but
and-
you can. Yes.
So this is straightforward lost position.
Yeah, but if you can't take on a2, the bishop just can't stay on the
Yeah,
diagonal.
I
yeah.
don't have a good squares at all. Yeah, and then you end up by losing.
Yeah, I think he'll try bishop f1, yeah, because at least the bishop is protected on the diagonal, but now the rook doesn't have squares, yeah.
Also, not really.
Okay, but I think he'll try this, yeah, rook a1 or something. White has to.
Okay, some move, yes,
Yeah, rook e1.
some move. we can check.
Do you win a piece here? I'm not sure. Okay, here you win a piece because the rook doesn't have squares. Maybe put the king on f7, yeah, because... does this also immediately lose?
Okay. 7.
Okay, at least now you don't win the bishop immediately.
That's true. What do we have?
Yeah, rook
Because,
d1.
okay, no, rook a1.
I thought, but maybe it's also not working. Yeah, it doesn't look great.
And then queen b2.
Queen b2, and there's always a double attack. Yeah. We can't escape. That's the problem. Yeah, even if he's on f7, there's always queen b2, queen b3. Yeah, then it's completely over. Yeah, then there's nothing.
Dimitri, I just opened the chat, and I think a few hours ago I had asked our viewers to ask any questions if they have for you, and then I think I just forgot to check in. So I don't know if Harold is still watching, but I hope he is. And he has a question for you saying, hello Dimitri, how old were you when you started with chess, and why chess? Do any family members play chess?
Okay, that's hard to answer. When did I start? I don't know. I think 6.
And why?
I don't know, because my father showed it to me, because this also answers the next question. Yeah, yeah, and that's it. Yeah, I tried to teach my sister, but that didn't really work out.
Why not? Why did she?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm
Is she
just
younger?
not a good teacher.
Younger?
I don't know, 2 years younger, but yeah.
And just to answer Akshat's question, is Vishy playing? He is playing not today, but he will enter the ring tomorrow alongside Kramnik, Adams and Friedman. Speaking of tomorrow, who will you be playing?
Elianov.
Elianov with white or
With
black
white,
is
at
the
least.
big question.
Yeah, I know it for black games in a row in the Bundesliga, so at least, yeah.
Why did they do that to you?
Yeah, I forgot to ask, but yeah, it's nice to have white for once. But yeah, it's busy.
Yeah, and meanwhile, well, we see the playing hall, everyone is still fighting, but it looks like we might very well just get 3 wins.
We're on the way. Okay, Erasmus is the only game where something could happen, but...
We have rook takes f1 in Navarra game already, so it starts to be closer. I don't know, but maybe he takes the pawn and let it be.
Just
Let it be.
So I think, Arthur and Dimitri, that we are going to take a break now that we've made the time control. I think we had enough excitement in the games.
Yes.
So Dimitri, thank you so much for dropping by twice today. It was a pleasure having you in the studio, and best of luck with your tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck in the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
And you guys don't go anywhere, because Arthur and I will be back shortly to cover the rest of round 1 here of the Grand Prix, so we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to the final part of this first round of the Dortmund Sparkassen Trophy. And well, Arthur, what a day it has been. All 3 games are still going. 2 of them we think might be over soon with Deak having a winning position against Navarra.
Yes, that definitely will not last too long.
Yeah.
But in the other game, in the game of Elianov, there was move rook e3. It was played, and that's not the most accurate move. Yeah, we were thinking about the moves like rook f1 instead, or even the move like rook f5 with the big point that pushing the pawn would be made by pawn takes g7. For some reasons, Elianov, after very long thought, he decided not to go for this variation and choose the most safe move, rook e3, but he really took a lot of time, but somehow not so happy.
Actually, that reminds me that we should ask our technician in the room why the black clock is not updating, why it's still showing us 0, because I think
yes.
Elianov's clock was updated, so maybe they can look into why.
Yeah, we don't have the right clock time through. But let us see at the position, and here we have some possibilities for black to defend, maybe rook f8, and not that convenient now. Another possibility is to give check first, king g3, and now to play rook f8. White would probably never take because of checkmate. Yes.
This would be unfortunate.
But if this ending arises, it's not simple.
Yeah.
It's not simple at all. So it is not clear if.
Yeah, when we compare that to what he had.
Yes. So he may not be winning, or at least it is much more complicated now. And maybe we jump to. Because I don't know why what David is trying to do. I don't think he will be successful in trying to.
Yeah, no. So you want to go to the end game?
Okay, we can maybe check
Just
David
check,
quickly. This is position rising after not big complications. Black played here bishop e6, and we were checking all other possibilities. No way black could hold it. Yeah? And also here, through double attack, he will be losing a pawn. And that's what happened. And actually, white is completely winning now. And I would expect quick resignation at this moment.
I think we can probably put the overview camera.
To see if the game is finished, because we're still in the first round and not everything is working perfectly. But he's still sitting.
Yeah, they're still sitting. I expect resignation will come soon. But also this way, we can keep an eye on everyone for a while, even if we jump around. And shall we go to Mcshane?
Yes, let's go to Mcshane, because also here something happened, which was not optimal for white. I think that Luke chose.
And there it is. There is the resignation.
There is a resignation by
David.
Yeah. Okay, that was expected.
And that's how our first game of this year is concluded, and it ends with a victory for the top seed, Daniel Bogdan Deak.
Yes. Maybe we can just, in a second, we can come back for the second in this game and just remind what happened here. It was a complicated struggle. At one moment, David put the knight on a4, and it turned out to be very bad decision because it was stuck on a4 and Diak used it in a very good way, creating a play in the center and on the king side. It's actually very instructive the way he played.
Absolutely.
And even in time trouble, we were both, I think, surprised how calm he was. Even walking with less than in 1 minute. I never saw anything like this in my praxis. Usually, if you have 2 or 3 minutes on the clock, you are not sitting over on the board and not trying to walk. But he was walking even with 40 seconds.
Yes, crazy.
Amazing.
Shall we first check in with Mcshane?
Yes, let's go to Mcshane because it's actually more than checking, because something happened here. And let us come a little bit backwards because we saw the move f5 for white and we said that was the best variation. In this moment, if our viewers remember, we wanted to bring the move f5. That would be easier to Mcshane because of the threat of checkmate, and still black probably would play king e7, and now h-pawn is running. We have a very straightforward variation here, just to illustrate that black can't pick up the pawn. Rook h8, and this is absolutely hopeless position because black can hardly move anything, and it's only question of
and we
time.
can show one more time this beautiful variation. If black tries to run with the king,
We checkmate on g8.
So,
coming backwards,
coming
what
back.
happened in the game? White took with rook on d4.
And I'm curious because Luke, I think, spent a long time on this move. So there must have been something that he didn't like about f5, but it's hard to say.
I think it's nothing wrong with it. Actually, we've taken with rook. But the problem was that here he had to find a good plan, how to convert advantage. Very logical move would be here, rook e4. He played knight g8. What we were thinking also about rook e4. Let's say black attacks the pawn, we can defend it. Again, this situation is similar. White at some stage would play f5 and then activate second passed pawn. I think that was much more clear-cut plan, and I have some variation. For example, king d8, just to go away from f5, but white still plays f5. And if bishop takes, h5. So creating this second passed pawn would decide the battle. I don't think here there is not much to see. Not much to see. Instead, Luke went for a much more complicated plan, knight g8 check, king e8, and now he tries to activate the c pawn. I'm sorry, was he repeating?
Yeah, he did repeat once.
He did repeat once. Again, there was nothing wrong with this if he would play rook e4. But he repeated it maybe too many times and now went for c6. This is a little bit more tricky because if we lose the pawn, then we are not winning so easily. Rook e8 was played by Matthias, and somehow now Luke is thinking he is still winning, but
he's made life much more complicated.
Made life somehow more complicated. Yes, and now I don't know. He has to find how to break through because.
And for the first time, he's the one who's actually low on the clock.
Yes. So,
Like lower.
so all of a sudden, he is down on time, and the position became more tricky, I would say.
Yeah.
You may lose the pawn, and then it could be a draw. So that there's some chances for Matthias to survive.
For sure, and I think this is really a moment when Luke needs to be very careful, because I think the players also sense that they have lost the thread a little bit. They might not know exactly where was the better continuation, but they know that what they did was not the cleanest.
I think another problem also with look at Matthias, he's fully concentrated now, because he smells the chance, or senses the chance, that he may get an unexpected chance in this game.
Yeah, very interesting. So, okay, actually the two German players are back, maybe not completely back, but at least some chances.
So let's revisit Elianov, what happened there. Something happened because it was different move played, but maybe we check it more carefully. After e3, no, that was not the position, sorry about it. Let me come back. After rook e3, we were considering moves queen a2 check and rook f8. The move was rook e5. Rook e5, we still need a little bit time to understand what is going on. White simply took the pawn. So how Rasmus wants to defend this position?
Okay, my first question is...
Check, yeah?
Yeah, this was one of my two questions. My first question was just, what is this queen ending?
Queen ending, let us check this queen ending. White has a check on e8 and can take a pawn on b5.
And
it's
I will take
not
a3, I guess.
It's not over, but the position looks
like it will last for 3 hours.
yes, looks, first of all, but I would say there's good chances for white in this type of position. But
really? I mean, I will take h3.
Yes.
I will try to take as much
these pawns are not so important.
No.
Actually, they are probably not good for you.
Really?
Yes, because you may need some space for checks and all this stuff. Yeah. But nobody knows for sure.
Yes.
Nobody knows for sure.
Even computers.
Yes. So we have like very clear advantage for white, but if it is winning, it's a totally different matter.
Yes,
Yeah.
And then the other question, of course, was this check on a2.
I think that's actually a very good idea to prove all checks all the time.
Yes.
Yeah? So what's happening here after check?
Okay, I guess we
because
have
we cannot go to the first rank because of queen b1 and we will be losing all of a sudden. So obviously something
only two options.
king g3 or king f3 for some reasons. And now we can take a pawn. So what to do? Yeah, we have to play for a win.
I mean, this even starts to look a little bit, if I was right, I would start to be even a little bit afraid, to step.
You can overlook something and then it will be very unpleasant.
A very cold shower.
Let us see the move pawn takes f5. There is another problem in these positions, but I tell you a little bit later. Because I am not sure that we have table bases here on this engine and this computer. Another problem. Maybe we have, then we can assess it better. But look what is going on here. Some position like this, and black can take a pawn on b4. Maybe first check. No, what I'm referring is this queen endings with two connected passed pawns versus one pawn. But what I wanted to say that the modern theory says that actually the position with two connected pawns in queen's endgame, kind of normal position. If you put them back, it is draw.
Yes.
It is draw. It's hard to believe, but it is draw. So this is not a good pawn. So that's what I want to say. Yeah? So black is maybe just one move away from making some theoretical draw.
Theoretical. To actually hold it is still, of course,
still question,
another story. But yeah.
But this is a very unexpected turn of event because...
And queen a2 is on the board.
Queen a2 is on the board, yes. Okay. That's probably was idea of Rasmus. That's why he played rook e5 at all. Yeah? So.
And it's an interesting phenomenon that in both games, I mean, Rasmus and Matthias were both so low on the clock compared to their opponents, and in this game it has also turned around. Pavel is now the one who's down 5 minutes on the clock. And it's a little bit the same story. I feel here the advantage has probably escaped even more than in Luke's game, but there are a lot of similarities between the two
games. It's very, very close to losing, both, but both are very, very good fighters.
Very resourceful.
Yes. And Rasmus was fighting till the end, and Matthias is still fighting very hard. And then it is difficult. It is difficult for opponent. He has to be concentrated all the time, and he cannot relax. And I'm sure that Pavel also was feeling that he is close to winning, but made this move rook e3, which is not... No?
Imagine if they both make a draw, you will win the prediction.
Then I will win the prediction.
1-0.
Yes, but it could be the other way around, I must say. Yeah?
Anything can still happen.
And you still have good chances. So.
Okay, but I mean, on a serious note, the two players put up fantastic resistance. Let's go back, I think,
Let's go back to Matthias, because something is going on there. Yeah. I don't think that our chances are so bad here. Yeah, you still fight. Okay, I think the idea of Luke is to put the knight on e5. Yeah, so knight on g8 was not doing much. So check. Knight d7, and he wants to put the knight on e5 and protect this pawn because he was worried about losing this maybe even.
Yeah, I think this one is still much more difficult. I think Rasmus is actually getting quite close to saving the game. This one, I think it was so winning at some point, and now it is
maybe still winning.
Probably still winning
because two extra pawns.
Some extra work.
Let us see maybe some possibility. Let us see this variation. Now knight is good here, and let's say we took the pawn, and c7 is coming. I think the main idea here. Here we have knight c6 or rook d8.
Rook d8 is very nice.
Yes, and if take, then knight c6, promoting. So this variation is not very good, not
and
working.
If we give this check on h1 instead?
Probably only chance. Yeah, probably only chance. And now we have to find some trick. Yes, I don't see it, but we want to come to C line. Yeah. Let us see if we will manage it. King b4, and now check. That's the way,
And if I go forward to c5?
Yes, at least we put the rook behind. But king b6.
Am I in time to block the check or no? If I don't go to b6?
You want to play knight c4?
Okay, I mean, maybe there is no need.
Yes, it still looks very, very difficult for Matthias, but okay, he has nothing to lose. He can only maybe gain in this game, yeah, because he lost already. Basically, the position was lost, but now maybe he has still some fighting chances.
Yes, we see Matthias there, the two players sitting at the board.
Working
But it's
hard.
working hard, but it's tough. Yeah, I think this one is tough. So maybe we go back once again to Rasmus and Pavel, where Rasmus is still thinking. What do you think? Sorry. So yeah, after King G3, Rasmus is still thinking. I would be very surprised if he doesn't take.
No, he should take, of course.
pawn.
Yes. But he is kind of calculating till the end. Yeah? It's not a bad technique because he still has some time, and you want to be sure that you are not spoiling a draw now. Yeah, because he is close.
Yes.
He is actually close, and he wants to be really to see it. But of course he has to take a pawn with a check. Yeah?
Is there because if he doesn't take the pawn,
then what is he doing?
Yeah. So
Yes,
okay,
we need to find some alternative.
Yes.
So maybe you mean that why to think when it is only one move available? Yeah.
But okay, it's also easier, of course, sitting here and saying this than sitting
There's
there
no
and
other
taking the pawn.
no other possibility but to take a pawn. True.
Okay, I mean maybe he's also wants to, because I was saying that suddenly I get a bit afraid as white if my king comes to f4, but also I was, but no.
Okay, but he wants to be sure that he has here the move, after king f4, that he's not losing here. No, that's the last thing what you want to lose this. Yeah,
and maybe this is not as obvious as I.
And then descending is coming.
Yeah, no, actually it's not so. I mean, it's easy. I retract my statement. It's easy to sit here and say.
And I think you are right, actually, with your statement, because it's probably more smart to take first on a3, because you don't have a real choice, unless he sees something. Maybe something is not obvious to him. For example, maybe he sees that it is alternative, for something like this, But it actually doesn't look like a good alternative. Yeah,
but also it makes sense. I mean, if he can calculate this whole line with Queen A3 until the end, then and if he is quite sure that it's a draw, then he will not need so much time. But on the other hand,
you still need time. He needs some time here, so that. And the point is that he now overdoing it. It was okay just to check, but at the moment when it is clear for him that there is no other move, play it and then maybe think for time of Elianov.
But it's also, I think what you were saying earlier, psychologically, like you feel that suddenly you're so close and you sometimes become too eager to check too much,
Yes.
So, okay, but he will have to make a move soon. 5 minutes now on the clock for Cosmoswana.
And let us check in between what is going on in the other game. Nothing.
Let's see. So, in the other
They're
game,
still thinking. After knight d7, let us try to understand what is to think. Let us see what happens if black pins the knight, and takes the pawn. Let us see what is going on here. We have some pawn ending that way or the other way. How white can win it?
Wow, If the engine is, I thought that probably there are many ways to win, but apparently there's only one way.
An engine says only one
Only
way,
one way.
and that's actually interesting. He says only move f5 is winning. Something very, very interesting to us. Let us, okay, if I guess if pawn takes, then it is simple. King goes and king f4, and then we take a pawn and we win. So what happens if black tries to play king d6? Okay, we can come and king e5. f6. Now the point is that black king probably has some limitations because he has also watched for the break h5, and then white can also come to g4 and play h5. Yeah, it looks like easy win actually for white.
Yeah, so this is not an option for Matthias. He cannot go, well, maybe he can go to d8, but he cannot capture on d7.
But perhaps that's what he is calculating, because he needs these chances, needs to see what is. Let us try some other move here for Matthias. Actually, nothing was played there. Nothing was played. Let us see what happens if he takes the knight, because otherwise he jumps too far away to e5, and pawns are protected.
How do we want to capture with the pawn?
With the pawn.
Because black will be a bit paralyzed.
Yeah, because we already also calculated the pawn ending. Yeah. But the question what I had was this position. Is it some way maybe to try to hold it? So rook ending, not the pawn ending. So let's say we bring the king and black tries to cut us.
Can we bring the king like somewhere to the king's side and then try and break with f5?
That's probably a good idea, and then we will be breaking. So I mean just king e2.
Yeah, bring the king to g2 somehow.
Yes. Okay. Then now he tries to attack and we play f5.
Break anyway.
And we want to play king g2 and push h pawn. It looks very
looks
good.
Good enough.
Looks good enough for white. Yes. H pawn is running. Here, if black is passive, then we can merge with the king. Yeah. So it should be. Coming back to Rasmus. I hope he did not take the pawn. He didn't take the pawn. I'm sorry. Oh well.
I mean, that's
one
of the maybe the most surprising moment, no, of today.
Yeah, that's a strange thing. What he was missing. What he was missing here, I don't know actually. It may be rook e5, pawn takes e5, maybe move like king f5. Maybe queen b4, king g6, queen b1, but here we are still...
This is already hard to find, yeah? No, but there's queen h7. Oh, what is going on?
I think one of these lines, he was confused. Well, sometimes it's better to make the move than to think about it deeply. I'm sure that he has some reason, but now he is losing, I guess, because he is missing this important possibility.
So let's see.
But that is very, very...
I mean, he will be very disappointed.
Very, very upset by defending so hard and getting a chance and not using it. That's very... and like you make the most obvious, not something what you haven't seen. No, it of course was... But what maybe Yes, because now we get the same ending, but the difference is
Without a pawn, yeah.
without a pawn.
Without
So
tempo.
doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, so...
Any move wins, yes. So, and I think he was missing some small detail in one of these variations. I would think maybe he was afraid of king f5 here, but missing some detail that there is maybe check.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, of course, it's heartbreaking for Rasmus, and he will be very disappointed. For Elianov, I think Elianov played a great game. It's also, I think he also, in a way, played some very fighting chess, so it's not that he's undeserving, let's say, of the full point, of course.
Well, yes, it's a matter of opinion, yes. But if you have also some luck on your side, then it is, of course, very, very important. Yes, I'm sure that Pavel deserves a lot of luck. So, in this sense, he's a very fine person, and altogether, yes, he deserves to be lucky, maybe, but
I think he also make your own luck, of course. I mean, he got a position. He was pressing Rasmus the whole game. In a way, he was tiring him out also.
Yes, he played very well and made a little bit strange mistake. A little bit strange mistake. Actually, he plays king f5 instead of taking the pawn, which is more natural move. King takes c5 would be more natural move. But we already saw the difficulties here in the variation queen a3, because white starts also to play for some checkmate. Yeah? So king f5 probably is as good as king takes c5.
And in the other game, did we have a move?
Yes, we have some unexpected move.
So what happened?
Bishop d5. Somehow, no, I think we missed two moves. So first of all, here was rook a5. Played unexpected. White played king d2, and now bishop d5. So I don't see the big difference. White would probably go knight e5. Yeah. Anyway, he played it already. Now the question would be for white how to organize the passed pawn on the king side.
So let's say if Matthias goes, I don't know, king e6.
King e6. Let's check the move. Yeah. King e6 makes sense. Okay, still we can maybe move. Check. King b4. Rook c1, king b5, something like that. It looks like very straightforward plan. No. I wanted to again play knight c4, but I don't think that I wasn't. So on the instead of king b5, no, just there on the last move after rook c1. I don't know. You wanted to
again block, but
to block. Okay,
but
also possible.
Also possible.
Also possible.
And then go king c5, I was thinking.
You would have to win this ending, but this it should be possible.
But okay,
no,
still
not much.
It will still
just
actually even
just
be a
little bit
annoying,
accurate. No, just we need to be a little bit accurate.
Yeah.
The big point is something like this, yes, and here, let's say if black takes the pawn, we're always winning here very easily.
Yeah.
this type of positions is very simple. Even if king would be on f5 or anyway, it doesn't matter.
So what did...
Something happened, yeah?
Yeah, so rook c5.
Rook c5 happened.
And knight d3.
That looks like oversight, but position was of course very difficult.
Yeah, because now the rook, cannot take the pawn because the bishop is hanging, and the rook has to go back on the fifth rank.
And how do we stop it? Yes, how do we stop it now? Bishop e6, and then the rook d8.
Yeah.
Check, trying to come to c2, but do we find a way? Yes, we found the way to C line, but king is already very close to the pawn.
Yeah, and on the
No way to defend it, yeah? No, it goes to c5, whatever, yeah? Or knight goes to c6, and we already had this checkmate. So it looks like both experienced players would prevail at the end, yeah? Look what happened. My heart is broken. He took on a3, but much later. Yeah. Now he gave check. Look at this. Yeah. Now, of course, it is not the same situation. It's probably white can pick up all pawns. Yeah, what is possible in the position.
Yeah. And now only a minute and a half on the clock. For Rasmus, the position is probably lost anyway, but yeah.
Also not much time left. Yeah. And the point for white, that he can try to pick everything with check, and that's it. Yeah. It's not a difficult game anymore. King e8, queen e5. Yeah. Something like this. Very, very simple chess now. Probably Rasmus even resign. Yeah? Or do you think he would make...
He's still thinking, but yeah, it could be. I mean, yeah, it's very sad. Very sad moment.
And it is difficult to explain. I don't see explanation yet.
For this queen b3.
He missed some check, maybe some checking possibility of the queen. That's why he thought queen a3 is impossible, and I'm losing. But that's very strange. He makes a move, king f8, but we already saw this is not really not helping anything.
Rook has not played yet, so we can stick here. So how do we take all these pawns?
Queen. I think I saw something. Just a second. Queen d6 check. And now where do we go? Yeah. If queen g8, we still can pick up this h pawn, for example. We can pick up everything.
And even if we don't see even so well the camera angle, I think even from here Rasmus was sort of, grabbing his head, and I think he knows,
He knows what is going on, yes.
He was back in the game.
Well, I'm not sure that if he knows that, there was different check, but it doesn't matter actually.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Doesn't matter, it is the same thing, then queen f6 goes, next move. You're still picking up all pawns.
King f7 on the board, but I guess queen
Queen c7 could be, queen f6 could be, everything could be. Yeah?
I think we'll see a resignation here very shortly.
Shortly, yes, because he's really losing all. Okay, he made make a couple of moves here in the ascendant, but this is
3 pawns is too many.
No, but let's say king e8. Let us show how it works. Check, yeah, queen e5. If king d7, we lose a second pawn with check. So king d8, And maybe white goes something like king e6.
And there's even no checks because queen a6, there's queen d6.
Yes, and then he will pick up with check and with 2 extra pawns. Not really worth to play, but of course it's kind of difficult stuff. And by Luke, there were some moves, but that's the moves what we were already, I think, investigating. Some desperate checks. And now king c3 was our analysis. Rook a3, and maybe just come back.
He came back already.
And then that's it.
Yeah.
He goes simply with the king to c5, for example, and to b6, and this is not a position you can save.
And we see Matthias actually just getting up there on the screen and walking to the other board, but unfortunately it will be a bad ending for the two young Germans who will lose to the more experienced opponents. But yeah, I mean, this game especially, I have to say, this Mcshane against Blueberm, out of the opening, I'm always very disappointed, Arthur, when the queens come off so early. I like to keep the queens for attacking purposes. And I thought this position is not so exciting that we had in the opening in this Petrov here. But I'm very impressed how Luke, just pressed.
That is, in our experience, vast experience. Okay, here he played actually king b2. We prove it. I don't think it is a problem. Here. Rook a2, check. So there is still a couple. He wants to pick up the piece, yeah? But how he wants to do it? King c1 or king b1?
King b1 he played, yeah.
And maybe, okay, this is of course absolutely lost position. Not a chance.
I mean, what's the best way even to fight? Or do you think Matthias will resign?
Pretty soon. I don't know if he would play rook h2, pick up the pawn, but with a piece down.
Rook a3 he played?
Rook a3. Okay. This is a trick. Yeah, what we have. Okay, that is possible to do these things. Yeah, but then white can always go with the king towards the pawn, and that would be winning. But he just asking to demonstrate the win. That's very legitimate.
And in the other games,
yes, we have.
Has just picked up.
He's picking the second pawn. Yeah. Yes, there's simply not a simple chance. Yeah, so everything is.
What's the easiest way to win for white? What do you say? Because I understand it's completely winning, but sometimes when I'm sitting, let's say I'm sitting at the board and I'm white, suddenly you get confused because you kind of think, okay, everything should win, and you want to just find the simplest.
Yes.
But for me, it's difficult sometimes. So what's your advice?
Okay, first of all, let's try to protect all our pawns that we are not missed it. Yeah? Check. Where king goes? B7, yes, and that's put h4. Yeah? Maybe already not accurate, but I thought it should work.
And you just want to go with the king, yeah?
But the problem is the check, yeah?
Okay.
So let us work it out. Yeah, it is still winning, but
this is the problem with these queen endings.
Yes.
No.
We do it this way, yeah? Let's do it this way. Centralizing the queen first.
Yeah.
That way we better protected from some checks, and now we can push the pawn. Yeah? That way it is not handy.
Yeah.
I think that's the better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it is just a simple. You coordinate and then you attack maybe with the king attack h pawn. Here you have distraction. Only way what is disturbing is all this time. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That a little bit in.
Let me see, actually.
Low on time, and that it is always give a little bit of chance.
Yes. And you know, I wanted to zoom in on one of the two games, but I'm trying to decide which one will finish sooner, but I don't know.
We have both positions now.
Somehow.
We have both positions now for our viewers.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So, one is of Elianov, and the second is...
Let me go back to Mcshane.
Let's go to Mcshane, and we have small analysis. I think Mcshane wants to win the piece. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought the game was over. Can we zoom in to Mcshane? I think it's not over. I think
it is not over because...
They got a new score sheet, I think.
Yes, because he played knight c5 for some reasons. Mm-hmm. He is not happy with... he just wants to win the piece. Yeah. He was not happy with this position with king on b6, although he just wants to win the piece. Yeah. And now...
I think maybe Matthias will resign because they just got the new score sheets, and sometimes the players resign just to not start
before starting this.
He can still make one more move. I guess it's 60 moves probably on the score sheet.
Maybe he waits for something like knight d3 to resign. Yeah. Because now it is difficult to do something. What can we do?
Knight e3 is a nice move, actually.
Kind of pretty move, pretty moment to resign. Yeah? Because, yes, the next move we may protect and then we promote.
Yes.
So very, very clear.
Yeah, so Luke has what?
But I am so upset with this move, with this game. Yeah. Rasmus had such a good chance. Elianov played h4 maybe a little bit early, yeah, but okay, doesn't matter probably so much.
And what did Mcshane just made a move? Did he? Yeah, he played knight d3.
Yes, maybe this is a good moment.
I think, yeah. Maybe we can zoom in there. I think we'll see a resignation now, actually. In the Mcshane game.
We see both players. No, there is a move. No, but it is from Elianov.
I think here we'll see a resignation.
Yes, it is very possible. Very possible.
My prediction.
But we
because
have a move
what to do,
Elianov.
You can...
What do we have? Here, Queen G3 was played. Elianov
I was wrong. He made a move. I predicted wrong. Okay, so back to Elianov.
Okay, there's, basically it doesn't matter so much. Yeah. White can give check and then to push the pawn on h5 with two extra pawns. Elianov will find the way. But on this short time, it is everything is still possible. That's the only reason.
I think it's also why Matthias. I think I was wrong to predict a resignation because White to resign. They're both under a minute. They can make.
But what is his idea? I don't know how he is going to play after King c3, for example. It's not the only move, but and maybe Mcshane even finds something like knight b4 with idea knight d5 check, and promote the pawn. Yeah. So knight b4 probably resignation, but King c3 was played. Yeah? It's also that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, because next move.
Next move.
It's actually easy to play like this. Yes. He also doesn't have much time. Yeah. You know? Just plant it and do it. But indeed, they are so low on time, so you are not resigning. You're doing one or two moves.
Yeah, but now I think you're right. The problem is
it's not difficult
there's
anymore.
just nothing anymore. I see also Pavel made a move. But yeah, I think he will just go now, as you were saying.
At some moment he would
With
push the pawn on
h5.
h5 and just... I am still a little bit worried because he's so low on time.
Yeah, but the problem is it's very hard, I guess, to blunder a perpetual here because...
Yes. It's probably more likely that black would blunder exchange of the queens. Yeah. I agree with you. King a7 was a move here.
And h5.
And h5 came, yeah. Okay. Understandably. If Elianov would have like 5 minutes, Rasmus would resign, that is clear. But also he doesn't have time to think about resignation. Yeah. Just make some moves, probably.
Exactly.
Easier to make some moves.
I'm curious, what did Matthias play, actually? He took the pawn. Okay.
They go now for descending, but it is not very exciting.
No.
Yes, f6 is the correct way to play it. You have to reduce the material. That's everything is understandable, but
still white will keep one pawn.
Will win it easily. For example, here check. That's actually what happened. Maybe there is some tricks, but I don't see it.
So if you go to d8?
To d8, he goes to g7, for example. To g7 or to c6, doesn't matter, and then he picks up the pawn. Not too much to do,
Yeah.
Not much work. And here, did we have a move, or I don't see it. There was a move, queen f2.
Queen f2.
So queen from g3 went to f2, which doesn't mean much.
I found a way to lose for white. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
Queen h7. King goes back and grab the pawn. And then queen b6.
Okay, so there is still some possibilities.
Because I was thinking, what if I take this last pawn? Oh, we have a resignation, by the way, in the game between Luke Mcshane and Matthias Blueberm.
Matthias Blueberm. Yes, okay, that was clear. He went to d6, but it was of no importance. And then losing the pawn was...
And that makes it 2 white wins. So congratulations to Luke Mcshane, who I think played just a really, really nice
he showed a lot of experience in this game. Okay, he played king d5 and resigned, or resigned simply. Yeah. Maybe simply resigned. Just put the king because of the color and to fix the result, actually.
So let's go back to Pavel and Rasmus.
Pavel takes some time to maneuver the king. So usually you should also somehow speculate on exchange of the queens. Yeah. So what is king f7 came? Yeah. So now okay, queen d2, king f7. That's how they got this position. It is actually very difficult for Rasmus to make moves, but he played king b6.
And okay, he's just going with the king now, king g7.
Yes, the only problem is, of course, this is shortage of time, and that's what.
But as you're saying, I mean, for Rasmus, it's just every turn you have to find a move which doesn't allow the queen exchange, which doesn't blunder any.
He found that he played
forward,
king b5.
king
Yes.
b5.
So I think actually that Pavel is so low on time, and he also has difficulties to play accurately. Like, okay, we take it king g7 back for the second, and we do something like queen c4, threatening queen c5. That would be probably better idea.
Yes.
Yeah, the threatening exchange and not letting this king on b5. But okay, let us see what is going on in the game, because.
What is the king doing on h7?
King on h7, nothing, but it just put it there.
Yes.
Yeah, to gain some seconds.
Some precious seconds.
Maybe less checks for white, or he has some clear idea. Look what clever.
Could he go
King a4.
queen b7? Wanted to go maybe queen b7 instead. I don't know.
Also possible, yes. Yes, you are right. This is another possibility. But basically, this is still like everything is wins, yeah, so it's we shouldn't bother too much yet to find what is the easiest way. Would he take the pawn now with queen c6 and queen h6? Probably not a bad idea to convert it, yeah? Check.
I agree.
And if you can take, because only checks on G line or on D line, yeah, then you have queen g6 or queen g7.
What will he do? 25 seconds?
But that's what he calculates. Yeah?
Yes.
It would be very bad to miss the win. Yeah.
Sure.
And after check, he will get another 30 seconds, and I think he is aware that he is winning, basically.
So king b4 is on the board. Pavel will take on h6, I'm sure.
Let us see what is the possibilities. Some trick here, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what trick. Yeah, what trick to see. So he took the pawn. We are back in this game. Yes, the point is that there is no perpetual whatever. Yeah, and then with two pawns you can always defend the king and win comfortably. It's actually not much work left for Pavel. But we had this very strange moment that really I cannot explain why Rasmus didn't take the pawn. Yeah, so that's actually a very big question.
Yeah, and now, well, this game, I mean, I have to say, all in all, I know this game is about to be over, but today, the first round, we really could not have hoped for a more fighting round. We're going to get 3 white wins, and all the games were full of life, full of entertainment. You know, earlier before the round, we were saying, what will we do with all 3 games? And quickly, we didn't need to worry about that.
No. I don't know what happened here. Did he make the move, or do you see something on the board? Because I'm not sure. He played queen e2. Okay. Okay. That's actually clever, not always give a check, but now white also have queen f4 check.
I think that's what he did. So king b3. Now is it time to start pushing some pawns? Not yet.
No, I think he wants to win a little bit of time with 1 or 2 good checks, but actually he is ready to push the pawn.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe simply g5 is the next move.
Rasmus just went to b7. And I think you're right, g5.
G5 is there, yeah. The idea of Rasmus, that's where he goes. He goes to a1 and to play maybe for stalemate somewhere. Yeah. G5 came, of course. Yeah.
I think we might say resignation here.
No, he plays king a1. I'm sure that Rasmus would
but how do you even orchestrate? How do you...
I don't know. But we will be fighting.
We will see.
No, but of course we push the pawns on h6, on g6, and then improve a little bit the position of the queen, and then he's ready. Yeah, but nevertheless.
You're right. I think he's going.
Yes, I'm right. No. He doesn't go to a1. Very unexpected.
To c1.
Went to c1, which I don't understand. I would go to a1. But the both moves would have the same value,
yes.
I'm afraid.
h6 played, and yeah, the pawns are just running now.
Maybe he sees some idea, but I don't know what he
I
can.
don't think so.
What that can be. Queen d3. The problem also that, of course, white is gaining time with the simple moves.
Yeah, g6 is on the board.
And actually, we don't need to analyze it, I guess. Yeah, it is too simple and just illustrative. But look, he still goes now king d1. I think he wants to the corner. He wants to get the king to a1 and to have this stalemate chance. Yeah.
Now what will Pavel do? Some king move?
King move is possible too, because it let us. Yeah, he played actually. Yeah?
Queen move.
Queen move. Okay, queen move is technical. Queen f6. Okay, not a bad move.
Stopping king a1.
Prophylactical move. Prophylactical move.
But one thing I think which is for the people watching us, which is a good learning example, is we could see Pavel still very focused, you know, even though he knows, like, he's not losing his concentration in these final moments. And I think
true, but nevertheless he gave a chance. Yeah, so this is also the lesson. It's so difficult.
He learned his own lesson from this game.
True. No, but it shows first of all also defense would always get some chance. Yeah, only very few people can play without any mistakes. Yeah? And here we are.
Yeah, we've gone quiet here. We've entered the 6th hour of play. It's actually been quite a long game. These two played for Rasmus. As we mentioned, this will be a heartbreak here.
Maybe a repetition of the position doesn't matter. Yes, important to get a little bit of time, and now he has a couple of minutes on the clock, can always think, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah. Rasmus, meanwhile, down to his last seconds once again. Where is the queen gonna go?
It's also impossible here to see the moves. Yes. Don't know.
Queen goes back to the center to e4.
e4. That's an. Yes. Okay. Maybe
Can I
he
just
goes
push
king
the pawn?
h8.
King h8 is nice.
I
actually.
would prefer this one, but you're
Creating some more problems for myself.
no, because there is some checks running all around. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I would love to play king h. What happened? Nothing happened.
Yet,
I would love to play king h8
no.
with the
That
pawn
is very nice.
point to play queen g8 and then to pack my king with the pawn
In a box.
in the box. But then we are closer to the promotion, and then we will find out
Yes.
how to win with both pawns.
I like this idea a lot, actually.
And he takes a time here.
And he goes. I know he pushed
He
the pawn.
played h7 actually.
Okay. No box.
No box this time. Okay. Okay.
So where do we give
But
it?
maybe he will go eventually to the box.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So eventually, maybe he sees the way to the box. Queen d4 or queen e5 and king g8 and then queen f8 and then king h8 and then to put
The delayed box
The-
variation. Yeah, king.
no, he goes to
king
f8.
f8.
What does it mean? Actually, absolutely nothing. Maybe he wants to repeat the moves. Or he wants to play queen e8. If queen d8 check, then queen e8.
And if I go then to
f6, then king
f6,
g8.
then
Yeah, that's his idea.
Mm-hmm.
And Rasmus is trying to be annoying, which is good.
But now we can go to the box or no?
Yes, but he has some other plan.
Yes,
Yeah,
some
he
other
has some other plan, which nobody can. Okay, we have this position. Queen e8 would be probably played. Now queen c5. So what is another plan? No, something different was happened. What happened?
But chess is also such a cruel game because I think we've all been in Rasmus's situation, and you know already since 1 hour or something in this queen ending that you will lose, but you also kind of have to play, and it's just torture.
True, but
But this is why we all love chess. Can give us a lot of joy, and it can give us a little bit of pain sometimes.
But it looks like Elianov also a little bit tired. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I think he was the player who arrived the latest. He only arrived late last night. So I don't know how his journey went. if it
Maybe
was
still
more, but yeah.
tired
Yes.
after the journey. Actually, I don't see the way how he can spoil it unless he will be running too low on time. Otherwise, all normal moves. Maybe the most simple plan is actually to return to our box.
To the box.
Box strategy first to get step by step to get the pawn on g7 and then to think how we to improve the position.
But okay, blocks again, queen e6.
Which is a good move, no questions. But no.
How do we... Okay, so Rasmus will go where now? Because he will go back to C7? Oh, no.
Queen f4.
Queen f4.
Very nice.
All I can think about now is how to do the box, but Pavel keeps going away.
Well,
keeps going away.
no, he has different idea. He has different ideas. We should forget about this
About
box.
the box.
About this box. It's not
Not gonna happen today.
Not going to happen. But it doesn't look like that he has a very clear concept, yeah. But I think what Rasmus is trying to do is to surprise with some unexpected checks. Yeah, that's what he wants to have. One of the plans in such a position, that what actually was described by Botvinnik, you go to the parallel lines with the king on b1, to C line. That's actually a classical way, and then they try to use the queen to defend, and then you have a checks. Yeah? Like you can imagine, if you go somewhere to a7, you may be able to defend.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he probably wants to do, or he already found a way to escape the checks.
There's only one more check, yeah?
In fact, if you go that way, maybe queen a4 was an idea, yeah? So queen a4. Trying not to let the king to b or to a file, yeah? Because then you can use the queen and defend. So usually the right technique would be first to centralize the queen a little bit more even, yeah, and then to go with the king to the parallel positions. So queen d7 was played.
And now at queen a8, queen e4.
Yeah, there is many checks. Okay, let's see what is going on. Check. And let's give another check, yeah, just for the sake of. Now we have difficulties, yeah, because queen on f-line, queen f5.
Yes.
So there is some difficulties. Yes. Actually, this is very annoying now. And now we are better than the box. Yeah, okay. So that is maybe the way. Let us see what happened. Queen e4. So we are calculating the move king d8 here, yeah? And then to go to e7, and if queen e4, then king f6 wins. So this is one of the possibilities.
Pavel once again under a minute, so he lost this cushion of extra time. Of course, he will still get there. He's probably also kicking himself. I think when you're already tired and you know you're making yourself sit for so much longer than you should have. I really liked your suggestion. I think this extra, let's say 10-15 minutes was because of this h7. No? When you were suggesting some king.
Okay. No, but he rejected our idea to go to the box. Yeah. That was
the problem.
That is a problem. Yeah. King d8 was played. So what's happened? In fact, I am really very much impressed of ability of Rasmus. Stubborn, defend this position. Yeah. But I think it slowly will come to the end. We are still following our main line. There is a maybe better, more stubborn check is Queen A3, but if Rasmus would be doing this, no, that he is only human.
Yes.
Queen E4, now King F6. I think that now Elianov would finish the game because Queen F5 check is winning.
Yeah, there he is.
Yes, he would resign now, Rasmus. And Queen H4, King G7, no checks. I think that's it.
Yeah, and he has this face even, like as soon as King F6 appeared.
Yes, he realized
like
that
it was a different
that
face
was,
from the previous. Yeah.
But of course, it's
anyway.
not here he lost the game,
Yeah,
but in the moment where he didn't take the pawn on A3, which was actually very strange.
Yeah, I think we'll see a resignation here.
A very exciting round. I think we saw a lot of good chess, fighting chess. Probably the man of the day, maybe Luke Mcshane. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree.
With very clever strategy, playing for the small advantage, but doing exactly, he knew what he was doing and how to play these positions, and that was very impressive demonstration of power. And also Diak,
For sure, yeah.
For sure. Okay, Elianov wins, and Elianov also shows that he is one of the main favorites. But that was, okay, he was my favorite before the round, and I think he has...
But what is funny is that tomorrow Elianov will play against Colors, so probably the most tired player against the most well-rested.
Fresh player, yes. But it is only beginning of the fight.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, I would expect no resignation. Queen H4, King G7 happened, and of course there is no point to play it.
Yeah, we'll see very soon because 10 seconds on the clock only for Rasmus. And
they still gave some move in Queen E4. What is this?
Don't tell me we actually cannot get a queen.
Yes, because he has a check. Queen E5. So it's not accurate. Yeah. sorry. He's so resourceful. Look, there is a checks. Yeah, all
oh my God.
We are still winning here. Yes, but it is not.
Oh, this is crazy.
It's not so simple. Let us see what is going on. What is going on? No, he's so resourceful. Amazing.
But he got the queen, no?
He got the queen, but I think he calculated it, yeah? So how he is going to give it back? King F7? Did he calculate it?
But Rasmus is just... He will lose this game, but he is so incredibly resourceful.
Yes, fantastic. But here I think the point is to give check, yes? King somewhere, and to play G7.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the idea. Yeah?
I hope so. I mean, I'm a little bit worried by the fact that Pavel is thinking.
Maybe he simply can't believe it.
Yes.
He can't believe it that Rasmus is still finding some ideas.
No.
In fact, the promotion maybe was not the best move, after Queen E4. Well, maybe still the best. Yeah. Okay, the other moves are a little bit more complicated.
It's the game that never ends.
But King F7, he saw it.
Yes.
I think he saw it. He saw everything. And,
even from before.
Yes. Queen h8, and this is a nice final. Queen a5 and g7.
And finally the king lands on a1. And g7. What a fight.
Incredible. 90 moves.
90 moves.
No stalemate, or maybe he still finds something. Yes, Rasmus. Yes, if he finds here.
If he finds something now, I just have to tip my hat. But no, unfortunately. And this is, I mean, chess can be so cruel at times, especially after missing this chance with Queen a3 to then have to play for another 2 hours and just sit and think all the time about this moment, and to know, maybe he doesn't know exactly that Queen a3, but he knows that there was something.
He had feeling for sure, but it would be really very interesting to know what happened.
It's also, sometimes it's horrible, because if you're Rasmus, like at least for me, I kind of hope when I go to my room that there was nothing, you know, that there was no save. But you kind of know, maybe there was, but hoping that there wasn't, and then you turn on the engine, and then... And there's the handshake.
I think that's it, yes. Yes. No chance this time.
What a game, well, what a game and what a day we've had here at the first day of the Dortmund Sparkassen Trophy. 3 decisive results in the Grand Prix, a win for Pavel Elianov against Cosmoswana, which we have just seen, a win for Deak over Navarra, and a win for Mcshane over Blueberm. It's been a long day, so after I think we are going to call it a day, but thank you so much for watching us today. We hope you enjoyed the show.
And tomorrow we have also no casting chess.
Exactly.
So it will be even more excitement.
Absolutely.
With Anand, Kramnik, coming, Adams and Friedman.
Yes. So tomorrow, same place, same time. We start at 3 p.m. Central European Summertime. We hope to see you there. Until then, have a good evening. Take care.